out we go racing here at Bergen. Into turn number 1, it's a good start from both front row drivers, and if House not careful, he's going to lose third position to Dimitar Lazarov. Sometimes though, attack is the best form of defence, and House regains second position, and Thomas defends into turn number 4. Here comes Connor Houff with the undercut. Great undercut from Connor Houff, and Rampadaroth is going to get Thomas as well. The championship leader went far too deep. Victory for Connor Houff. Here we go then, into the tram lines, and somebody in the middle of the track was way out of formation towards the back, but the leaders are all through cleanly. Now this is where we had issues on the opening lap of the pre-final. Once again, a couple of drivers going for a brief spin. Oh, and drivers getting wide going into the roundabout there. And there goes the move, and all side by side, elbows out, and both Dirk Dwemer and Chip Horst then slow each other down. Oliver Mazakevich minding his own business in third places, as James van der Poel makes the move at turn number 4. Van der Poel leaves the door open into turn number 6, and there goes Mazakevich. Vince van der Halen will fall just short. It's a win for Oliver Mazakevich. Into the tram lines, lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a good start from both front row drivers, and they safely make it through the first S's chicane. Tish van Wijk, who won the Rotax International Trophy at Le Mans earlier this year.
Het is een heel goed jaar. Ik denk dat we gewoon als team heel hard hebben gewerkt, ook de hele winter door. Ja, veel races rijden, dat helpt gewoon altijd al, en dan zijn dit de beloningen.
But it's a perfect score for Tish van Wijk. Pre-final and final victory in the bag.
Ja, mijn vader die helpt me natuurlijk wel met rijden. Hij legt me hier en daar dingen uit, maar hij laat me vooral dingen zelf uitzoeken ook een beetje. Maar dat is goed, hij zegt gewoon zelf instappen, zelf een beetje alles uitvinden hoe wat werkt en langzaam beter worden.
Or is that Bram Plomp? He's got a teammate, he's got help from Plomp. Van der Pavert and Plomp and Heine go through. It's a great battle for the race lead as well. Passed once again by Tommy van der Struijs. Tommy van der Struijs with a win. Oh, and into the barriers hard. Because Nicolas Guillaume has not allowed Bas Lammers to get away. Lammers under pressure.
Hier begint het allemaal. Dankzij deze organisatie, deze kampioenschap, zijn we zeg maar uitgegroeid tot een van de, hoe moet ik het zeggen? Ik wil niet zeggen. Dus ik vind het gewoon heel erg leuk om zeg maar na 10 jaar weer gewoon hier terug te zijn in het Nederlands kampioenschap. Om met die jongens weer mee te doen. En ja, ik moet zeggen, ik wil Gabi ook persoonlijk bedanken voor de geweldige uitnodiging om deze wedstrijd mee te doen. Ik heb gisterenmiddag pas besloten om deze wedstrijd mee te doen. Dus ja, het is wel een heel erg leuke ervaring en ik heb erg genoten vandaag.
Bas Lammers rolling back the years. And he returns to the top step of the podium. Bas Lammers. The green flag will wave. All eyes on the light gantry, lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a great start from Glenn van den Hoek to take the lead going into turn number 1.
Ja, dat is gewoon goud. Dat had ik niet verwacht. Nee, het gaat echt goed. Ja, ik heb een hele klote periode gehad, zeg maar, om het even zo te zeggen. En nu gaat alles zo goed. Dit hele jaar gaat perfect. Dus we genieten echt, ja.
Glenn van den Hoek takes the victory, but what a drive from Wesley de Waal. They wait for the lights to go out, and we're off and racing. It's a good start from the outside the front row. Side by side between the two front row men going into turn number 1. Here's the move for the race lead. Up the inside. Oh, the two leaders, they collide. If he catches Fixer. Oh, and there is the championship leader, Jens Troyer. Now Fixer defends. Alibax is going to try the crossover here through turn number 6. He gets to the inside. Alibax has the move done. There's your winner, Alibax. There is Fixer in P2. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our Micromax podium.
Hello and welcome along to the 8th and final round of the Dutch Rotax and KZ2 Championship powered by Chrono Karting. Firstly, a warm welcome to you all on the official Chrono Karting YouTube channel via the live stream that will be permeating all the way through today. Today is Championship Sunday, and a big thank you first of all to Henry Baudet for filling in for myself, Alex Goldschmidt, at Circuit Park Berghem that hosted the penultimate round of the season on the 13th of October, just 1 week before Team Netherlands headed to the 25th anniversary of this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. There on your screens, you see the compact timetable. Timed qualifying took place towards the latter part of yesterday, so we have all our respective pre-finals and finals, and at the end of all things that have been said and done, we do have the fact that we will be crowning our champions this year. And with that comes a tradition with the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship that the champions will then have a lap of honour around this 1,360-metre circuit. So firstly, we have to thank our sponsors of the live stream. Big thank you to Karting Champions League that will be hosting the 2025 Winter Series at the Karting Genk circuit in Marienborg in the latter 2 weeks of January next year. Also Wagtechniek, who are a specialist in chip tuning, maintenance and engine overhauls for your vehicles. They're passionate about delivering high-quality technical solutions that improve your driving experience and optimize your vehicle's performance. They're a market leader in chip tuning, and they offer tailor-made solutions that maximize power, torque, and efficiency of the engine of the car that you drive. Also, Acer, who are a very well-known laptop brand that are very popular. They're also very good on the price-stroke-quality ratio, and they deliver very good performance at an affordable price. And Dave Tech Engineering, who do a lot of work with regards to the restoration and running of old Le Mans prototypes, Formula One cars, and of course the David Tech BMW M240i Cup cars. So a big thank you to them. Of course, Van Denen coffee machines. We can't forget about our friends from Zeeland. That if you want a nice cup of coffee, go and speak to them. They've been the coffee supplier par excellence for around 40 years. So head to www.vandenen.nl for further information. So we started our journey back on the 25th of February here at this circuit, and we visited Berchem, Marienborg, Lansard, Kaupen along the way. But we're set and ready to get underway with our first of our pre-finals with Micromax up very shortly. So the green flag waves on the start-finish straight, and we get underway with our first pre-final of the final round of the season. It's Micromax. Let's take you through the starting grid. Niki Naruhito Tomasi took pole position yesterday afternoon with a 1 minute 2.440, and will be joined on the front row by Germany's Dimitar Lazov. Conor Halfer, who took the win in the final at Circuit Park Berchem last time out, will line up on the inside of row number 2, joined by Ryan Rampadarath. Jason Peters and Bruce Girino round out row number 3 with Noah Stehauder, and making her Rotax racing debut through the Netherlands via the United States of America. Rosalind May Heineke round out the grid. So the drivers will take part in a 10-minute plus 2 additional lap pre-final. Now, there is a rule that I do need to remind all of you people at home, is that with Chrono Karting, is that if we have 2 full starts and the red flag is brought out, the timer will start and will continue. This allows us to keep the timetable to course. Obviously, if there is a bigger reason for a red flag stoppage, then, of course, that will then prompt a delay. So the pre-finals will normally take place over a duration of 10 minutes plus an additional lap. And then the finals later on will be 13 minutes plus 2 additional laps. As you can see, a lot of fog, low-lying mist this morning in the Limburg region, which we are hopefully going to have dissipating a little bit later on as the field makes its way down the famed Europalaan. Between turns 6 and 7. Karting Genk has been in operation for 4 decades, run by the Lemons family. The family also behind the Genker kart shop, also based at the circuit, and GKS Lemons Power, which has had quite a few big names in the world of motorsport, including 2009 Formula 1 World Champion and also 2018 Super GT GT500 champion Jenson Button. Robin Freins, a man who races in multiple different categories, including FIA Formula E, has also been part of that stable over the years. So temperatures, 9 degrees Celsius. We hit a high of, I think it was around about 13 degrees. Set to hit 14 degrees, and we are waiting for the sunshine to break through the clouds. So the drivers have a little bit of a task on their hands. So 87% humidity, 50% cloud cover. Well, let's just call it a big blanket, shall we? It's more like someone's decided to just throw a big grey carpet across the circuit. And, well, hopefully the drivers will be able to get these tyres up to temperature. These are the youngest drivers on our grid. And also could be some of the superstars of the future. Of course, minimum weight's 105 kilos as people in the grandstand getting ready. They'll be running on the CIK FIA homologated Mojo C2 tyres. So the red lights ignite on the starting gantry ahead of our first pre-final of Championship Sunday here at Karting Genk, and aptly being here at the home of champions. There are some titles still very much up for grabs, including this one. So out of the final corner, into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on, and we're underway for the first time. Good start by the pole sitter Nicky Naruhito Tomase, as the field makes its way through into turn 2. Connor Halfer now up one place and is chasing down the number 25. As they head down into turn 5 now, hard on the brakes, turn it in through at turn number 6 to the Europalan. Connor Halfer, the winner in the final last time out at Circuit Park Berhem, trying to put the pressure on Nicky Naruhito Tomase, but that is a kart store Benelux racing team kart that seems to have gotten through. I'm wondering if that might be the 83 of Bruce Chirino, who started down in 6th position. And that is the case. So Bruce Chirino has already jumped 4 spots, and we've not even completed the opening lap. So out of the final corner out of 12 here at this 1,360 metre circuit. Nicky Naruhito Tomase leads the way. Bruce Chirino now in second and is trying to go round the outside. Has got to be very careful of the runoff area. That's opened the door for Connor Halfer to get through, which he does. Ryan Rampadanath in 4th place. Dimitar Lazarov down into 5th. Then we have Jason Peters, Noah Stehauder and Rosalind May Heineke. Family over in the United States always end up watching, including her grandmother. As we do have a bit of a real great battle here. Everyone line astern. As they make their way through turn number 9 here on lap number 2. Now Bruce Chirino showing a real good turn of pace. Has had some struggles this year. Has the number 83. But these conditions seem to favour the youngster. Connor Halfer trying for the switchback move here out of turn number 12. But Nicky Naruhito Tomase continues to lead. Gap was 79 thousandths between 1st and 2nd. And here comes, that is Dimitar Lazarov. He's been running on the Mach 1 chassis. And has been running on Prague as previously. So that is a move now and a change for 3rd place. And here we go again. Lazarov up the inside of Halfer. This time unable to make it through, but Bruce Chirino trying to look to the inside. Here at turn number 7, gets through for 3rd. Nice move from the Kartstall Benelux Racing Team driver, but opens the door coming through turn 8. Lazarov retakes 3rd position. And now Chirino back on the counter-offensive. Coming out of turn number 9 into Cafe Corner at turn 10, off of the grandstand. So a really, really good set of battles in this 8-kart field. Ryan Rampadanath now being hounded a little bit by Jason Peters. Noah Stehauder and Rosalind May Heineke rounding out the 8 strong. The entire field after the opening 3 laps as we head on to lap 4, covered by just a shade under 2 seconds. Fastest lap of the race by Nicky Naruhito Tomase, who's having to push on the limit a little bit here, and that could put him under a bit of pressure from Connor Halfer. Now into turn number 6 on the Europalan once again, here on lap number 4. Still more to the point, when, not if, does Connor Halfer pull the trigger and get through to take the race lead. In through to turn number 8 they go once again. And Naruhito Tomase still holding on to that race lead, but by a whisker. Coming towards the halfway point on the countdown timer. 5 minutes and 50 plus 2 additional laps remain. And at the moment, well, Connor Halfer is one of 3 drivers along with Nicky Naruhito Tomase There's been a change between Jason Peters and Ryan Rampadanath. Rampadanath comes into this round of the championship with a slender lead of a point. As Naruhito Tomase in second in the championship standings. Rosalind Heineke looking to try and make a move on Jason Peters. And again, Haufer is just pushing Nikki Naruhito Tomase along. And more to the point, it is the case. Oh, bit of a slight moment. The tail end of Nikki Naruhito Tomase's kart ending up a little bit sideways. Not what the youngster wants at this moment in time. And Haufer looks over the left shoulder. Conor Haufer, one of the drivers in the German Rotax racing family that have showcased their prowess this year. And is only, including 2 drop scores put towards the championship tally, only 6 points behind. And this is going to go down to the wire, this championship, I feel. Ryan Rampadanath going defensive and Noah Stayhouder going across the start-finish line. So Tomase continues to lead as we are now on lap number 6. Dimitar Lazarov, new fastest lap, 1 minute 3.024. And Lazarov is catching the gap between first and third, now just over 8 tenths. Lazarov is closing that gap corner by corner because the top 2 continue in earnest to battle away at this point. And I would say that that gap is probably going to be more like half a second at the lowest, maybe 6 tenths at the highest, as they come in at turn number 11 once again. So Haufer doing everything in his power to get through on Nikki Naruhito Tomase to have the advantage mentally going into the final round of the final race of the season. As Rampadanath is struggling, we normally would see Ryan towards the sharper end of the field, but a difficult qualifying session for the number 32, put him 4th. He's currently running P5 at the moment. Round into the Europelan we go off turn number 6 once again. And now the gap was 0.789. So Lazarov had closed that gap slightly, but not by much because the top 2 had seen him coming and started to respond accordingly. So the leaders make their way through into turn number 10. Of course, our team here at Chrono Karting, with our clerks of the course and judges of fact, keeping an eye on proceedings and also communicating with our race director. And now, with 2.5 minutes to go, it's really starting to get a bit feverish at the front end of the field. The gap was 0.22 between first to third. And, well, considering the fact that Dimitar Lazarov has just done a 1 minute 2.319, looks towards the inside at turn number 5. Has to wait. Had the speed coming through turns 3 and 4. Did the number 69 from Germany, but unable to get through on his countryman. Now through into turn number 8 once again we go. Conor Haufer using more of the curbing. And now there's the dive up the inside, and there's a tangle. Oh, and Conor Haufer's been compromised. Dimitar Lazarov went for a late send up the inside, hit the left side pod, and Haufer went around, and now Chirino is closing in on the number 78. So this is now going to give the advantage going into the final race of the season at this moment in time. And I say that with the biggest amount of respect for these drivers. Nothing is said and done until the checkered flag has fallen on the last race of the year, and then we get everything confirmed and ratified. But Nikki Naruhito Tomase has soaked up the pressure like the proverbial sponge from one German driver. Now he's got the other one behind him by about a kart length and a half. So Nikki Naruhito Tomase brings us around turn 8 as we head into the final. Just under 60 seconds of this opening pre-final of the championship finale. But Tomasi wearing his Team Netherlands overalls from the Grand Finals just last week from Sarno, where he was one of several drivers from the Netherlands that went to be a part of that. But there is the move up the inside through the final corner. We'll have 3 laps to go, including this one. And now it's Dimitar Lazarov that leads ahead of Niki Naruhito Tomasi. They were 63 thousandths of a second apart. So as we head onto the Europalan here on lap number 10, out of 12, timer expires. So around about 2 and a bit laps to go for the top 2, and the gap between Niki Naruhito Tomasi and Conor Halford is now the best part of nearly 4 seconds. And it has been a race so far to forget. Ryan Rampadarath has tumbled all the way down to last place. 2 laps remain in the last pre-final of the championship season for our Micromax competitors. They're aged anywhere between the year of their 7th birthday up to 11. And the gap between first and second position, around about half a second. Next time around, we'll get the last lap board on the start-finish line. And Dimitar Lazarov, who started down in... he started on the outside of the front row, has taken a command in proceedings. So 1 more lap will remain, and it looks to be the case that Niki Naruhito Tomasi will have the advantage over Conor Halford. Looks like Ryan Rampadarath. It's been a difficult one for the number 32 as we head on to the final lap of this last pre-final for Micromax in 2024. Lazarov now makes his way through into turn 5. Here on the 12th and final lap. Running on the Mach 1 chassis. Makes his way down the Europalan into turn 7. And has a comfortable lead of about 7.5 tenths of a second. So, coming towards the final corner, it's going to be the number 69 from Germany, Dimitar Lazarov, that will take the victory on the road here in the pre-final. Second, Niki Naruhito Tomasi. Third, Conor Halford. And look at the scramble for 4th. And it's going to go the way of Bruce Chirino, with Jason Peters, Noah Stehauder, Rosalind May Heineke, and Ryan Rampadarath rounding out the finishing order. Every single one of the drivers completing all of the 12 laps, covered by just over 9.5 seconds. So, Lazarov picks up the victory in the pre-final for Micromax. Head of Niki Naruhito Tomasi, Conor Halford in 3rd. Bruce Chirino, Jason Peters, Noah Stehauder, Rosalind May Heineke, and also Ryan Rampadarath rounding out the finishers in our first pre-final of the championship weekend. Very shortly we'll be getting underway with our Minimax pre-final, but one of the things I was hoping to do in the introduction I will now do. Of course, we heard from the voice of the Grand Finals at Sarno, Henry Baudet's mention about John Eastwood from Ireland, the man who was the big force behind Nuts Corner Circuit. Unfortunately, on the 31st of October 2024, John unfortunately passed. And being part of the Rotax racing family, his son Charlie being a Grand Finals champion, our thoughts and prayers from everyone here in the Chrono Karting team and paddock. We send our condolences and our thoughts with the Eastwood family at this time. And John, and we know that you're looking down from up above, we are racing in your memory today. Of course, it is never a great thing when we lose a member of the karting family. But here we go with our next race. Let's turn our attention to Minimax, where there are 4 drivers in competition for this year's title. Let's have a look at the starting grid. Vince van der Halle starts on pole position, and it's an all-Belgian front row. It's actually a Belgian top 3. Jeff Verbeek rounds out the front row. Matthijs Verreke in third. Rickert Joppe in fourth. Julian Dummer and James van der Poel round at the top 6. Dimitar Lazarov running in both classes, micro and mini. Will be joined by Liam Besteiro on row 4. Rounding out the top 10, Leon Herboz and Mick Klinkers. Olivier Mazurkovic and Jesse Andringa round out row 6 ahead of Milan Glaze. Klavs Hans from Latvia. Milano Shiphorst. Gage Moyes rounds out row 8. Lourdes van Vlaanderen, Tim Hansler, Mika Vonk, Stephen Wams, then Bendik Schulte, Matthias Clever, and Dide de Dale rounding out the order. So looking at the championship standings, taking into consideration the best 12 out of 14 scores so far, we have had 1 driver off circuit, and that was Klavs Hans, and that is a real shame for the youngster from Latvia. That is coming out of turn number 2. So taking into consideration the best 12 out of 14 scores so far, this is how the championship is looking. Vince van der Halle, 519 points, leads the way. Olivier Mazurkovic, double winner at Circuit Park Berchem back nearly a month ago. 510 points in second. Gage Moyes, who's pretty much effectively wrapped up the mini rookie title, rounds out the top 3 on 499. And the 4th driver, the 106, starting in 6th in this pre-final, James van der Poel on 477 points. Drivers now being instructed to slow down once again. So we're down to 22 runners and riders. So drivers, including Gage Moyes, will have to be very, very careful. If they are out of position on the start, they will be penalised. So there should be a gap where Klavs Hans is meant to be on the starting grid. So red lights on the gantry. They split out of the final corner. Lights are on. Lights are out. And the pre-final gets going. Good start by van der Halle. Verreke also trying to make it through as we've had a little bit of a moment. 2, 3 carts, one of which being the 151 of Liam Besteiro. Oh dear, the youngster who started 9th. The pre-final has gone south very, very quickly indeed. So that means Bestedo will not be taking any further part. Oh, there's a little coming together towards the back end of the field. Coming out of turn 7 off of the Europlan, so the elbows are out and sharpened already. We haven't really even gotten started with this pre-final. Some toing and throwing. Dive up the inside into turn number 10. I think that might have been Mika Vonk getting through. Towards the, as Matthias Clever has got someone. Well, I think Matthias Clever was making a move, but Van der Hadden leads the way. Duma in second, Lazarov third. Verbeek, Mazurkiewicz has already jumped up 6 places to 5th. And Cage Moyes up 10 spots already and is now running in 6th position. Might even be, it's 5th now because he's got through on Mazurkiewicz for P5. So that is 5 places gained by Mazurkiewicz, 11 gained by Moyes. That's an interesting development there, folks. And now Jeff Verbeek has got Cage Moyes closing in. He's running on the Birlart. Through out of turn number 11 go the leaders, heading into the final corner as we are about to round turn 12 with its 1,360 metre clockwise circuit. Van der Hadden leads. Duma 4.5 tenths behind. Moyes goes on the offensive and dives up the inside of Jeff Verbeek through into turn 2. That was poetry in motion from Cage Moyes, and that's 12 positions gained. So Liam Bestedo is unfortunately out. Moyes goes defensive into turn 6 as Verbeek tries to cut back and has to slot into the wheel tracks behind the 134. But Moyes nearly opened the door there at turn number 8. And Verbeek waiting to try and get through, but this is allowing Olivier Mazurkiewicz to start closing that gap again. Just behind them you've got Matthias Verreken, Leon Herbos and James Van der Poel, who round out the top 9 places. Van der Hadden continues to lead the way after the opening 3 laps. We have got just under 7 minutes on the timer remaining, plus those all-important 2 additional laps. Verbeek and Moyes in battle mode right about now as they come through out of turn 3, into turn 4. Up the short chute into the left at 5. Hard on the brakes, turn it in nice and neat onto the apex at 6. And then, whilst carrying that momentum through, accelerate nicely and smoothly through onto the Europalan. But a good defensive bit of work here from Cage Moyes, as Jesse Andringa has dropped down 9 places from 12th on the grid and is currently running in 21st. The last of the runners and riders we still have out on the circuit. So Klaus Hans did not make the start. Liam Bestedo taken out, unfortunately, through an incident, maybe not of his making, at turn number 2. And Cage Moyes still battling away with Jeff Verbeek. A little bit of a scramble here. That includes the 199 of Didi Dadala, who started last and has just put it round the outside of Stephen Vams. There's the switchback attempt from Jeff Verbeek, and Cage Moyes is rubbing sidewalls heading into T7 and reasserts himself over Verbeek and gets the position back. Great work, great driving between those two. Racing hard, but fair and with driver respect in mind. Mazurkiewicz has got Matthias Verreken closing in, with Leon Herbos battling away over 8th place with James Van der Poel. Milano Shiphorst rounding at the top 10. Good work by Laurens van Vlaanderen in the number 170, who's now up 6 spots and completes the top 11. Stephen Vams, in the meantime, has unfortunately dropped down to 17th place. gained a few places on the opening lap. But with 4.5 minutes still to go, plus an additional 2 laps of racing, Julian Dummer has got to start pushing, as a look by Matthias Verreken up the inside of Olivier Mazurkiewicz bears no fruit from it. And there is Leon Herboz and James van der Poel making it a quartet, battling over 6th position. Van der Holland continues to lead. Kees Moyes again overtaken by Jeff Verbeek, this time through the final corner. And Moyes tries for the switchback here through into turns to... Oh, no. That was a little coming together, a little incident between Matthias Verreken and also Leon Herboz heading into turn number 2 here on lap 7. Van der Holland, in the meantime, has tried to pull away from Julian Dummer. Here's a 3-way scrap. They've just got past a slower kart, I believe. And who is that? That's the 104 I've just spotted of Mick Klinkers. Running in, looks to be 11th place. So that will be Leon Herboz just ahead. And in that mix, you've also got Milano Shiphorst, Lawrence van Vlaanderen and Mika Vonk. 3 minutes to go. And still the battles wage on. Oh, moment there for the 104 of Klinkers. Van der Poel now 7th. Verreken down into 13th. Herboz holding on to 9th. But in the meantime, Julian Dummer from Germany running on the Charles Leclerc by Birlart chassis. 125 is closing, getting ever closer to the rear bumper of one Vince van der Holland. Gap between them last time around after 7 laps of racing was just shy of 2.5 tenths of a second. Dimitar Lazarov running double duty. One of 2 drivers I know of that are doing so, which includes Jaden Teen, who is running seniors and KZ2 this weekend. One of 2 out of 177 drivers. It was 178 until I found out this morning. But for very good reason, and I'll go into that a little bit later on during the live stream coverage. But there is a great battle. James van der Poel and Olivier Mazurkiewicz. This is for 6th place on the road. They come out of turn 6. The Sodi kart for van der Poel has a little bit more waft behind it because of the slipstream being provided by Mazurkiewicz, who holds on to the racing line through out of turn 8. Now into the left at turn 9. So there has been a 3-second time penalty given to the 1-3-4 of Kees Moyes. And that is a circumvention of the start procedure. Looks to be 1 or 2 wheels outside of the tram lines. So now we head on to lap number 10. And with the drivers running on a 59.7 at the front end of the field, we will have probably this and another 2 laps to go. Mazurkiewicz and Van der Poel still battling away over 6th place. But this will then become the battle for 5th place because of Kees Moyes. And on the road, that effectively puts Moyes down to 7th place. Van der Poel, however, is not giving up without a fight. I'm sure that Olivier Mazurkiewicz might be saying to Van der Poel, okay, work with me. But now we will have 2 laps remaining. So we head on to lap number 11 out of 12. And Julian Dummer has not closed that gap over the last couple of laps. It is around about 2.5 tenths of a second, but he gets a bit closer through out of turn number 2. Does the youngster from Germany. What a show from Dimitar Lazarov. Just picking up the win in the Micromax Pre-Final just a moment ago. And has ended up going through into Minimax. I remember when Denny Babacek from the TEPS Racing Team, this year's Minimax Grand Finals champion, first out of the Babicek-Babichkova family to do so, has done Micro Mini in the same weekend. I think it was a couple of years ago, if I'm honest with you, if memory serves me correctly. But last lap now getting underway here. And that is being led by Vince van der Halle. Julian Dummer still about 2.5 tenths of a second. Bumps over the curbing through into turn number 1, heading into turn 2. Now halfway through the triple left. And now into turn 5. So 3, 4 and 5. 3 successive left-hand corners. Now can Dummer get the opportunity and close in on the back bumper of Van der Halle before it's too late? Into turn 7. Now into 8. Now the drivers head down towards turn number 10. One more corner remains after this. And from lights out to checkered flag, back to winning ways, it's Vince van der Halle who on home soil at Karting Genk takes the checkered and wins by just under 2 tenths from Julian Dummer. Dimitar Lazarov takes third ahead of Jeff Verbeek. Gaze Moyes will finish on the road in 5th and get demoted to 7th because of the 3-second time penalty for the start procedure infraction, promoting James van der Poel and Olivier Mazurkiewicz to 5th and 6th respectively. Milano Shiphorst, Leon Herbols and Mika Vonk round out the top 10. Mick Klinkers, Rickard Job, Didi de Dale, Laurens van Vlaanderen, Tim Hansler, Steven Vams, Milan Claes, Matthias Clever, Jesse Andringa and Bendik Schulte round out the 20 that finished. Unfortunately, lap 6, we lost Matthias Verreke, Liam Bastero on the opening lap, and Klaus Hans not making the start. We do have a slight delay at the moment because our recovery vehicle is on the back straightaway off of the Europalan. Several carts have been recovered off of turn 2, and there was one cart to the left-hand side of the Europalan through multiple points, but there is a very, very heavily packed Junior Rotax grid with the Junior and Junior rookie titles pretty much sewn up, but there is still an opportunity to get some wins on the board before the end of the championship season. We had a very, very close qualifying session last night, so the drivers just have to grin and bear it and wait a couple of moments. A little bit of a discussion going on between first and third. We see both teammates, with that being Thijs van Wijk on the left-hand side of your screens and Ryan Bourguignon from France on the right-hand side. Let's take you through the starting grid for Junior Rotax, the pre-final. 17 rows of competitors, 34 drivers in all. Thijs van Wijk, who's effectively wrapped up the championship this year, starts from pole position. Ryan Bourguignon alongside on the front row, followed by Lars Lambers and Max Sederski on row 2. Luca van Leer and Jim Back on row 3, with Boris Maximov and Adam Vida rounding out the top 4 rows. Completing the top 10 will be the 290 and the 221 of Blan van der Weken and Bodine Blankenberg. Boris Verhagen and Dave Stevens round out row number 6 with Jacob Woods and Thomas Verheyen on row number 7. Nico van Berkel and AJ Bergeraff round out row 8 with Jake Minton and Levi Dries row 9. Oliver Janssen and Rocco Kerr completing the top 20. Rounding out the 34 strong grid will be Vince Dries, Duncan Hudson, Nuden Engelsman, Milan van Winden, Tom Reger, Jur Valkenaars, Henry Melchior, Nick Pluimers, Jor van Ekelen, Anastasia Tully, Seb Terhorst, Kimi Mai, Justin Fonk and Philip Hansler. So the drivers will now head onto their official formation lap. Also, good news for you all at home, I will be having a co-commentator joining us for KZ2 and KZ2 Masters, as your Briefeld will be returning to the commentary box. He's also here in a double capacity. He's a driver coach, also running in Porsche GT4s, and has had some podium successes this year. So we'll be talking about that a little bit later on. Of course, he's competed in the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship over many years, and also with his insight that he provided with alongside myself back at the F-Landring in Kerpen, our only trip over to Germany. So the red lights have ignited on the starting gantry. They are now telling the drivers, slow down. They want to make sure that they get a clean start. So 34 drivers. And we've got a capacity 36 for seniors coming up next. And that could be a bit of a war zone, let's say. There you can see the grandstand briefly, where people are watching along, mechanics, friends, family. Some even deciding to get the smartphone out to get some memories. And they do say that pictures memories last forever, and a picture paints 1,000 words. As our field makes its way out of the final corner into the tram lines, it's a full start. First one of the meeting. So the drivers will go around again. Oh, and we've had an incident where a driver's gone off, and one of the Chrono Karting team, well, one of the members of staff has just been impacted. Right, okay, we've got a medical situation, red flag on the circuit, medical team rushing to the start-finish straights. Okay, just to give you all an update, the ambulance is now on the start-finish straight, which is why the drivers have been stopped, as they are now on the run down towards turn number 10. Just from what I initially saw, one of our members of the team had their legs swept from underneath them due to a cart that lost traction on the back axle and went onto the grass. So we have a red flag stoppage. Medical team and ambulance is on site off of the start-finish straight. So we do have a delay at present. So now with the medical emergency having been swiftly dealt with, big thank you to the medical crew on site. We are in the process of getting drivers into their correct position, ready for the restart. So we'll keep you updated, reference the situation that has just transpired. But obviously, that is not a nice thing to see. A big thank you to the team that is part of Chrono Karting, the men and women out on circuit that do help out quite a lot. A lot of variety of different tasks, so field will be organised into its formation as per the starting grid, and we'll be getting back underway very shortly. Okay, so a full restart of the Junior Rotax Pre-Final after a delay due to a red flag stoppage. There is your grid with Van Wijk and Bulgarino on the front row. Lambers and Sederski, Van Leer, Bach, Maximov, Vida, Van der Weyke. Then Blankenberg rounding out the top 10. Stevens, Woods, Verheyen, Van Berkel, Berggraaf, Menton, Levi-Dries, Janssen, then we've got Winstries, Oetsen, Den Engelsman, Van Winden, Reja, Valkenaars, Melchior, Bloomers. We were due to have Van Ekelen starting 29th. So Kart might have been compromised. So Tully, Terhorst, May, Fonk and Hansler round out the grid. There is a kart running. That's Max Sederski. Not in the position where he's due to start. Due to start fourth and is, now, is there an issue? There is clearly an issue for the 297 from SLC Karting. Max Sederski pulls to a stop, tries to get the kart going again. No, he's not going to take the start. We have already started the timer in the meantime. So Max Sederski is going to make, the edge of someone's rear bumper has just fallen off on turn 9. So someone, now we're seeing a lot more with the current CIK, and that is in the background, Max Sederski moving to safety, carts being pushed by the marshals. So we have got things underway And we have the red lights on the gantry. So the drivers now getting themselves ready. We will have a shortened time on this one. With Michael van der Riet, our race director, overlooking proceedings. And we've gone full start again. So second full, we've had a full start, a red flag, and another full start. The counter continues to time down. So with 6.5 minutes, we have yet to have a lap under green flag conditions. We have had a lap completed thereof, and now the drivers have to get this one right, because we could see a very, very lengthy junior Rotax pre-final, and that is not what anybody wants, especially the drivers out on track. But this is something unique, something different. You don't see this anywhere else from where I know of in the world of karting. So Max Swiderski not taking the start, and that does not affect his position in the Junior Max Rookie Championship. However, it will affect his results in the Junior Rotax overall classification. We have rookie classifications in Micro, Mini and Junior. So, let's see. Is this going to be the time where we go racing into the tram lines? Lights are on. Now we get underway. And Van Wyk leads the field. Oh, and there's drama at the front of the field. There's drama at the back of it. Oh, and a big incident through into turn number 2. The cat has been put amongst the proverbial pigeons, and all hell has broken loose. So several drivers have gone off. Jake Menton, I think, was one of them. The 2-3-1. I couldn't really... now someone is pushing their cart. That could be Kimi Mai in the 250. Youngster from Germany who was running with 42 competition in Minimax this year, qualified through the RMC Germany Championship. But now, oh dear, that is Kimi Mai. Kimi Mai out, I'm afraid, coached by 2018 Grand Finals Minimax champion himself, Farin Mega, who is competing. So let's see. This race has had drama written all over it from the moment we went into the tram lines for the second time. So drivers, oh my goodness me. As now we're going to have a change for what is going to be the race lead. Boris Maximov is in front now. As that is Jacob Woodsy from Sam Pollitt Racing, the number 280, who has just got through for position. However, Boris Maximov dives up the inside of Dave Van Wyk. There's one of our marshalling crew, along with Kimmy Mai's mechanic. I think they're trying to move the 250 Kartschmied kart out of the way. Van Wyk dives up the inside of Maximov. There is Bran van der Weken in the 290. Jacob Woods now up to 4th and climbing. Luca van Leer 5th. Oliver Janssen, who's moved up 13 places, now running a genuine 6th. And he's gunning for 5th place. Thomas Verheyen, Boris Verhaag, Ryan Bourguignon and Jake Menton round out the top 10. Henry Malchior from Germany now up 16 spots. As we could see a possible change for 5th place. Janssen and Van Leer into battle they go once again. And Janssen's trying to get through. Thomas Verheyen is closing in a bit further back. Levi Dries trying to get through on Henry Melchior, I believe. So it was actually the 271 that went off. AJ Bergeroff, Vince Dries went off, but in Blankenberg tumbled all the way down to 30th. Tay Stevens dropped to 28th. Oh, my goodness me. I don't know what to say about this race, apart from the fact is chaos has been part and parcel of that one. But with the top 4 last time round after 5 laps covered by 0.7 of a second, I think Jacob Woods is in the running for this for the victory in this race. So into turn number 12 we go. Lap 6 in the books. Leading is Thijs van Wyk. Boris Maximov in second. Bran van der Weken decides to get 2 for the price of 1. Brilliant manoeuvre for the 290. It was the buy 1, get 1 free special. He dived up the inside of Maximov, saw that Van Wyk had opened the door and dived through. Van Wyk gets through on Van der Weken through turn 6. Woods gets through on Maximov at the same corner. Van Wyk retakes the lead going into turn 7. And now look at the train. A septet of drivers, that's 7 drivers in a row. Maybe make that 8. Have a competitive opportunity to go for the race win. Next time around, we'll have 3 laps remaining. As we're into the final 25 seconds of this very, very heavily delayed and also abbreviated race due to the false starts. So now, Thijs van Wyk leads. Bran van der Weken, and that is Maximov, has just had a turnaround. I think he got caught on the right rear and then was unfortunately taken out of the competition to go for the race win in this particular pre-final. It all happened at turn 2 just a moment ago because he was closing in and we got a turnaround. I think that was from the 284 possibly of Luca van Leer. That was more than Maximov losing it himself. I think he was assisted, unfortunately. But the time has expired in the Junior Rotax Pre-Final. So, Nick Plumers drops down to 30th. As we head on to 2 laps remaining. So, lap 9 out of 10 underway. And there's a send and a half. You can see that there's an indent on the bottom part of the right-hand side pod of Luca van Leer. And that was Oliver Janssen getting through. Oh dear, careful, careful, careful. Thomas Verheyen just got hit from behind. I think it might have been Boris Verhaag. And you can just see how much these drivers are fighting. There is pride up for grabs, but there needs to be a little bit less desperation, more urgency in the moves that they make. As there's going to be a send up the inside through into turn number 10. But 1 more lap to go, and it's the 2 for Bouvin that lead the way. Thijs van Wyk leads. Second, Bran van der Weken, Jacob Woods and Thomas... and it's Luca van Leer ran out the top 4. Boris Verhaag, was Maximov and Jake Menton round out the top 7, as now Bram van der Weken and Jacob Woods start closing in on Thijs van Wijk. Van Wijk gets a touch from behind. Woods looking up the inside of the 290. Could he make it 3 wide down the Europalan for the final time? He's going to dive to the inside, and Woods gets through for the race lead. Impeccable timing from Jacob Woods for Sam Pollitt Racing. On the last lap down the Europalan, he saw that Van der Weken were battling. Van Leer's come into this in the dying few corners. And that's a white line job there by Jacob Woods. He parks it on the inside of turn number 10. He's going to fight this all the way to the line through turn 12. And this time, the door is open. Who's going to get the win? It's going to be Van Wijk. Second, it's going to be Van der Weken. Woods gets third. Van Leer, Maximov, Verhaag round out the top 6. Bourguignon, Menton, Lambers, Janssen, they complete the top 10. Head of Valkenaars, Vida, Van Berkel, Melchior, 14th, Van Vinden, 15th, Hansler, Den Engelsman, Van Ekelen, Vonk, Rega, Dries, Levi Dries that is, Jim Back, Rocco Kerr, Duncan Hudson, Anastasia Tully, Thijs Stevens, Thomas Verheijen, Bodine Blankenberg, Sepp ter Horst and Nick Plumers round out the 30 finishers. But there are penalties starting to come in. 217, 224 and 284. Duncan Hudson being one of them. Levi Dries and also 284. Luca Van Leer. 3-second penalty for unsportsmanlike driving conduct. But what a dramatic finish amidst dramatic circumstances that saw Thijs van Wijk pick up the win in the pre-final for Junior Rotax. So we get underway with our next pre-final. We turn our attention to seniors. Here is your starting grid. After time qualifying yesterday, Sam Bergstein took pole position ahead of Jori Schoens. Devian Rust and Jaden Teen round out row number 2. Mitch Hainert and Julian Klosman round out row number 3. Jort van Wijk and Mieke van der Pava round out row 4 with Wout Kirstens and Luca Thiel rounding out the top 10. Noah Janssen making his senior Rotax debut starts on the inside of row 6. Alongside will be Benjamin van Hees. Kaz Boshuis and Krik Knoren round out row 7 ahead of Enes de Mercaya and Ralph van der Pavert. Felipe Falk and Sim van Vliet round out row 9, completing the top 20. Will be Flynn Fidders and Luca Brima. Bram Plomp, Dylan Hummel, Dominic Scheppers, Max Koster, Jay Zurveld, Wesley Eckhart, Mike Maastricht, Sven Slagmolen, Kevin Navis, Kirill Genza, Martin Herrera, Dante Sima, Gwen Bloxhill, Len Druers and Enzo van den Dickenberg round out the 35 strong. Was due to be 36, but Tommy van der Soys will not take part in the weekend. Unfortunately, has become very ill overnight. And his dad, Martin, popped up into the commentary box this morning just as I was doing my welcome introduction, just saying that he's been ill. He's also not been feeling 100%. So rest well, Tommy. Kirill Genza, I have seen not break the timing beam, so might be starting with possibly in the dummy grid. Of course, Kirill related to Nikita Genza. This year's DD2 champion for B&L Karting Series and Rotax Max Challenge Germany. Third in the grand finals behind Sem Knopfjes and the man who, after 11 years, finally became a grand finals champion, Zen de Rua. So, had a nice little chat with Sam Bergstein last night whilst we're all having dinner in the Alicante Brasserie here. He said, well, when I had the brakes lock up, which went viral on social media after he posted it, there was air in the brake fluid system. So drivers now will have to get themselves into a semblance of order. And that will mean that Van der Stoys, who actually was second in time qualifying, means that there is a gap on the front row for this race only. So, out of the final corner, lights on the gantry, revs rise, lights are on, lights are out, and Senior Rotax gets underway. Good start by Bergstein. Jori Schoens in second. Third looks to be Jaden Teen. Oh, we've got a yellow flag as one's backwards. Two are off on the grass and rejoin. Through turn number 3 as Jaden Teen manages to get through. So does Devian Rost on Jori Schoens. And I think also Mitch Hainert has just gotten through. Yes, there's the TB kart, the 310. He's got through. Bit of bumping and boring behind with the likes of the 366 of Wout Kirstens. You've got Jort van Wijk in there as well. Janssen, who was quite nervous ahead of his debut as a senior Rotax driver this weekend. Felt a little bit better when I spoke to him this morning. So, after the opening lap, Sam Bergstein has a comfortable lead after the opening lap, 1.1 seconds. And the man who's pretty much wrapped up the senior Rotax title this year, making it his third this year. Jaden Teen, who will add the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship title to the Belgium Max Challenge and also the B&L Karting Series crowns to his tally. Meantime, Mitch Hainert having to battle away with Devian Roos. Now this is a battle for second. Oh, a couple of drivers stumbling. Jort van Wijk being one of them. As gets a touch from behind There's the triple three from Bouvard, and then they're all squabbling behind him. Oh, dearie me, this could end up a bit messy. Ralph van der Pavet is 4th in that train. He currently sits in around about 13th, 14th position. But it's going to be a bit close for comfort going through into turn 3 here. And the drivers, I think, well, there is Mitch Haynert, who is now ahead of Yuri Schoens. Luca Thiel, runner-up in this year's Rotax Max Challenge Germany. Oh, nice little send there. Oh, that was beautifully timed. And then a hop, skip and a jump over the curbing through turn number 8. So that was basically started by Yuri Schoens going up the inside. And that was on Mitch Haynert. Luca Thiel found the opening. And then, yes, it was Noah Janssen that got through. I think even Wout Kirstens managed to get through as well. Yes, he did, because Mitch Haynert and Luca Thiel have dropped down to 8th and 9th respectively. Quick Knoren now 10th. As we head into the final 7 minutes, plus an additional lap of this, additional 2 laps of the last pre-final. Drivers trying to use the inside curbing. And into turn 6, onto the Jutterplan, and Jort van Wijk then manages to send it through on Mitch Haynert. Or is that actually? That is, no, that's Felipe Falk, the 378, running under a Dutch licence, but also proudly sports the Brazilian flag on his side pods, a bit like Matheus Clever, who's moved up into Mini-Max for this final round. So a lot of pelotons here. It's a bit like the senior Rotax equivalent of the Dutch Tour de France, if you will. So Dante Sima and Enes de Mikaya are the first casualties. Dylan Hummel has now dropped down to 33rd, having started 23rd on the grid. And there's more positional changes heading into turn number 5. And into 6, so someone being hung out to dry a little bit. I think that was the 307 possibly. Dominic Scheepers. There is Noah Janssen ahead of Mitch Haynert, with Wout Kirstens just behind. So 331 ahead of 310 and 366. That's the battle for P6 on the road at the moment, as Sam Bergstein still has a lead of about a second over Jaden Teen. Devian Rust in third. Julian Klosman 4th, but now has the fastest lap in the pocket. Noah Janssen going defensive on Mitch Haynert, who's trying to get through at turn 3 and into 4. The 310 on the TB car, unable to get through, but is he going to dive through at 6? Yes, he does, but switchback straight away from Janssen, who's got Wout Kirstens bump drafting him, and Wout Kirstens gets through. That opens the door for Mitch Haynert. Luca Thiel tried to get through on Noah Janssen, but there was not enough seconds in that exchange for him to get through. So you've also got Quick Knoren and Benjamin Van Hees just behind. So Van Hees ahead of Knoren. Yellow flags at Marshall post number 7, and that is heading into the final corner. So has someone gone off is the big question. And that looks to be possibly Dominic Scheepers, who I think has just ended up retiring. And the yellow flag at Marshall Post 7 has been retracted. Meantime, Noah Janssen battling away for position, but he's lost out. Benjamin Van Hees has just got past Luca Thiel at turn 9. But at the moment, Sam Bergstein leading the way. And he's only now 6/10 ahead of Jaden Teen. Third is Devian Rost. 4th is Julian Klosman, who still has the fastest lap of the race so far. The top 4 covered by a second and a half. So 3¼ minutes plus 2 additional laps remaining in the last senior Rotax pre-final of the season. So at the moment as things stand, Micromax and Micromax rookie titles still up for grabs. Micromax rookie has pretty much been decided. Minimax, we've gone from 4 competitors down to 2. And then DD2, DD2 Masters, KZ2 Masters, KZ2, there are still those titles to be effectively decided. Sam Bergstein holding on to just over a half-second advantage over Jaden Teen as we now head onto lap number 9. And the leaders making their way through onto the Europalan at turn 6, and then blast their way down at full velocity, heading into turn 7. Oh, right, so a little bit of activity on the inside of turn number 8, as we've got a yellow flag at Marshall Post 3 off of turn 7. So yellow flag there. Then we've got a green flag at Marshall Post 4. So something has gone awry round about turn 7. So the drivers come across the line. Sam Bergstein now leading by only 3/10 ahead of Jaden Teen, and there they are through into 3, now into 4, into 5 they go. So Sam Bergstein said to me last night, I'm hoping to have a good turn of results this time around. He said the last time at Genk, I was at Genk, which would have been the last round of the B&L karting series just over a month ago. He was leading and it all went horribly wrong when there was air in the braking system. He said, but this time we've made sure we've bled the brakes, we've made sure everything's all good to go. And we've just crossed the line with 52 seconds remaining. So that gives us 3 laps remaining. So Jaden Teen, along with Dimitar Lazarov, the only 2 drivers out of 177 here this weekend. I think that one's 7.6 because we did have a Micromax driver that was due to take part in qualifying and did not take part in qualifying. Can't remember the name of the driver. However, Jaden Teen could be a little bit of a surprise in the KZ2 running a little bit later on, where I'll have Hugh Breedfeld in the booth with me, giving his welcome insight. But the timer is now going to expire. 3, 2, 1, 2 laps remaining. On to lap number 12 out of 13 we go. And Jaden Teen decides this is when he pulls the trigger and gets through on Sam Bergstein. Devian Rost for the Falcon Racing team, now making it 3 at the sharp end. Now is he going to dive through? Yes, he does. Switch back here from Bergstein. Bergstein gets the over-under, gets through back for second, and now that brings Julian Klausmann from SR Solutions into the mix. But it's allowed a little bit of daylight for Jaden Teen, and with that comes breathing room. However, Julian Klausmann's front bumper, I've noticed, looks a little bit, well, looks like it's moving up and down ever so slightly. So whether the clips might be in for the 373, if the bumper's in, last lap of this race. And now Devian Rost goes on attack mode. Sam Bergstein defends quite nicely through turns 1 and into 2, now into 3, now into 4. Klausmann waiting in the wings to see if he can pick up the pieces, if anything transpires. Devian Rost tries to open the door. Bergstein defends. Oh, and that was a bit of a wiggle from the back end of Julian Klausmann as he went on the offensive against Devian Rost, going down the Europalan for the final time, and he's opened the door. Brilliant stuff from the 373 to get through for third place, but the front bumper has seen better days on that kart, and he slides it under braking through into turn 10. Meantime, out of the final corner, Jaden Teen continues his wins in 2024 and picks up the win in the penultimate race of the championship season. Sam Bergstein, second. Julian Klosman, third. Devian Roos, fourth, ahead of Jori Schoens. Benjamin Van Hees started 13th and ends up 6th after that one. Ahead of Mitch Hainert, Wout Kirstens, Noah Janssen, and Jort van Wyk rounding out the top 10. Luca Thiel, Felipe Falk, Ralph van der Pavet, Krik Knoren, Bram Plomp, Kaz Boshaus, Siem van Vliet, Mark Costa, Luca Prima, Mike Maastricht, Wesley Eckhart, Mika van der Pavet, Flynn Fitters, Jay Zurveld, Kevin Navis, Sven Slagmoller, Dylan Hummel, Kiddo Genze, Gwen Bloxhill, Len Druers, and Enzo van den Dickenberg round out the 31 finishers. Martin Herrera from Colombia out on lap 7, Dominic Shepherd's lap 5, Dante Sima and Enes Dimnikaya out, with Tommy van der Sooy as a non-starter. However, penalties have come in. 358 has just picked up a 3-second time penalty for unsportsmanlike driving conduct, and Ralph van der Pavet during free practice picked up a 3-second time penalty, which has been put on top of this race for the same infraction. But Jaden Teen wins the penultimate race of the season. let's take you through the starting grid for the last pre-final for our Rotax stage of the competition for 2024. It's DD2 and DD2 Masters after qualifying under the floodlights yesterday evening. Imke Arts would steal a march on the rest of the opposition and narrowly secure pole position by 22 thousandths of a second ahead of Nicolas Guillaume. Sem Knopfius and Thierry Vermeulen round out the top 2 rows, with Louis Koch and Luca Neuenhausen rounding out the top 3 rows. Axel Hoos and Mark Schubmann round out row 4, and on pole position for DD2 Masters starting 9th, the 555 of Christoph Adams. He'll be joined by Germany's Malte Schlatter in the 480 on row 5, thereby completing the top 10. 22 drivers in total, with Bennett Demler and Rick van der Staat on row 6, Mark van der Kamp and Kian de Brandt on row 7, Brent Otters and Niels Böhler on row 8, with Dominic Hummels and Wim Rouleau rounding out the top 9 rows. Vincent van Kerkhoffen 19th, Jan Eckstein completes the top 20. Moritz Knopfius, this year's E20 Masters Grand Finals champion, will start on the back row of the grid and will be joined by the 510 of Ton van Weert. Of course, Sem Knopfius finishing second in the Grand Finals in Sarno behind Zen de Rua, but also very much concentrating on the fact that we do have both titles at this moment up for grabs. After the best 12 out of 14 scores, Nicolas Guillaume, who comes into this round on unadjusted points, 707. Knopfius came in on 703. Imke Arts on 700. And Axel Hoos on 684. But with the drop scores taken into consideration, Knopfius and Guillaume level pegging on 618. Knopfius has more victories. He has 6 to his tally. Guillaume has 2. Arts has had 2 victories, both in pre-finals this year. Axel Hoos has not won a race this season. In DD2 Masters, the 3 main protagonists are Niels Böhler on 595, 1 ahead of Wim Rouleau, with Dominic Hummels on 586. 9 points separate the top 3 in DD2 Masters, including the 2 drop scores out of 14 races so far. So the red lights are on the gantry for DD2 and DD2 Masters, the penultimate race of the 2024 season. Right, the red lights did not go out. We have gone full start. So full start has been called. So the green flag with the yellow chevron has been deployed at Marshall Post 1. So the drivers are going to have to go round again for another tour of this 1,360 metre circuit. It's quite interesting. They do say that consistency wins you a title. So I'm looking to see victories between the top 3 in DD2 Masters. This is quite an interesting statistic. Niels Böhler took his only race win so far this season in the pre-final at Circuit de Lanzarote at round 6. Wim Rouleau, I think it was Kerpen at round 5 in the final. He took a win. Dominic Hummels, just like Axel Hoos, has also not. Right, that was Moritz Knopfius is not going to take the start, unfortunately. His kart has said, no, I don't want to comply with you, Moritz. So Dominic Hummels, along with Axel Hoos, 2 drivers in the respective class title fights, not having taken a win this year. You know what? Seeming as he's actually gotten up here a bit early. Put that on, your Bliefeld. And welcome back.
Hello, Alex. It's nice to be here.
So, congratulations on your podiums. We'll talk about that through the next 3 races, but we're revs up, lights out, and underway. A good start from Imke Arts from pole position. Oh, and Guillaume's just had a tag from behind, and that put him up into the air. That was Thierry Vermeulen, his teammate from SP Motorsport. Oh, and we've got one backwards. That's the 459 of Germany's Mark Schuppmann. Oh, that's not exactly what you want to have. And you know all about this, you know, first corner, first lap incidents, and especially when teammates come together.
Yeah, that's of course that's something you would not like to see, but it's the first lap, big risks, and yeah, dramas like that can happen.
But the good thing is, well, we've seen quite a few battles between the 2 leading the way. Imke Arts leading from Sem Knopfjes. Sem proudly sporting his Team Netherlands outfit, which you've worn multiple times at the Rotax Grand Finals. They lead the way. Third looks to be, well, it is an SP Motorsport kart. I can't make out who it is at the moment. That is Luca Neuenhausen in the 488. And he gets tagged by Lewis Koch from Door Motorsport. And that sends them going sideways. So that gives an instant advantage to Axel Hoos and Kian de Brandt. Again, it's just turns 1 and 2 here at Genk, threading the eye of the needle. I remember you having dramas, I think, back in your juniors and senior days when we had Jeffrey and the team at JJ Racing, of course, no longer competing these days. Plenty of dramas to remember and to forget, I would imagine.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good overtaking spot, but therefore some people often try to get a lunch there.
I mean, with regards to obviously you having run in KZ2, of course DD2, a class you haven't done, but great move there by Sem Knopfjes. Imke Arts straight on the counter-offensive. That's a good thing about turn 12, that you can really carry that momentum through. But look who it's bringing in. Axel Hoos and Kian de Brandt now trying to tag team to get their way past Imke Arts. It's a very fast circuit here at Genk. When we were last in the booth together, we were at Kerpen, a very different circuit, but the biggest characteristic when I drove around here in an E20 back in April of 2022, I understand that there is you are concentrating the whole time. Even going down the Jutterplan, you're not really taking the breath, are you?
No, it's really fast and flowing, and because there's a lot of space on track, it just provides for a very speedy circuit overall. And also lots of overtaking opportunities, so you're constantly looking ahead, trying to outbrake the driver in front of you. And also like DD2, it has front brakes, it's a front brake class. So then especially there you can come from big distances.
Okay, well, in the meantime, Nicolas Guillaume is still running, but he's all the way down in 16th place. Thierry Vermeulen suffered significant front-end damage, and that has put the 469 out of the race. Moritz Knopfjes didn't even take the start because his kart broke down going through into turn number 8 on the formation lap, but Sem Knopfjes trying to steal a march. Now, obviously, we have got 3 out of the 4 title protagonists, which is Sem Knopfjes, Imke Arts, and Axel Hoos running in the top 4. Axel running in 4th at the moment behind Kian de Brandt, but then Nicolas Guillaume. He said to me this morning, I want to warm up and get out on track. Well, considering it was 9 degrees, foggy as anything, this morning. Welcome to Limburg, everybody. Obviously, that incident with the teammate, that is now going to hurt him a little bit, but he can take a little bit of consolation because obviously we've got the 2 drop scores coming into this bit of the championship season on round 8. How important is that as a driver? Because you're not only thinking about the race in front of you, but you're also thinking about the bigger picture when you come into Championship Sunday.
Yeah, of course. Like as the season goes, you start thinking about the championship more and more. At the first races, you're still thinking in the short term, but now definitely they're thinking about the championship. And they have a little bit of margin with the 2 scrap results they have, but still they want to outperform in order to get those last points for the championship.
Yeah, they want to close it out in the best way possible, which is to get the W, but this is what Sem Knopfjes wants to do. Of course, Imke Arts was battling with Axel Hoos when we were back at Circuit de Lansart. Of course, you were racing for the first time in your Porsche Cayman GT4. Of course, podium success and I think also some class wins as well, if I remember correctly.
Pole in class.
Pole in class, and also racing at Hockenheim, one of my favourite tracks in the world. Of course, we look a little bit further back. There are some really good battles here. We've got the 434 with Bennett Demler for FM Racing, and he's just been passed by Mark van der Kamp. Rick van der Straat has just got through as well on the Sodi kart. And again, it's I've lost count, folks. I'm probably into 4 digits now, the amount of karting races I've commentated here since April 2018, which was actually the first time when we came across each other when you were running as a junior Rotax driver. Back in those days with the likes of Mads Ries, Mike van Wurst, a very young couple of Pauls as well, who's gone on to big things, obviously now running in GT World Challenge Europe with Come To You Racing. It is one of those pinch points, but also I found out that turn 7 could be just as hairy because you've got a piff-paff chicane, and then you've got a sweeping right-hander. What are your favourite parts of the circuit here at Genk in particular?
Well, of course, the end of Europa Laan provides a good overtaking possibility, and it's just another fast-flowing part of the track. Last turn also you can make some great lunges there, especially in KZ2 DD2 with the front brakes. So yeah, it's just Genk is a nice circuit overall, and I mean it's obvious that it's like a European racetrack. It's very wide, lots of space, and just a nice race here.
Well, in the meantime, just going through turn number 7, Imke Arts has threaded the eye of the needle, dived up the inside, and retaken the lead in the pre-final ahead of Sam Knopfler. Looking a little bit further back, well, Christoph Adams is no longer leading in DD2 Masters. He's all the way down in 15th place because Wim Rouleau now leads the class in 12th position. He's made up 6 places. Of course, you know, one of the big things that we've seen, of course, Imke Arts has qualified for Team Netherlands before for DD2. Of course, she just missed out when we were at round 6 at Circuit de Lansard, and then of course, the voice of the grand finals jumped in the booth at Circuit Park Berghem. Of course, you were also at that point racing again.
Yeah.
But how is it now finally to get behind the wheel and obviously now the Obster fan club being able to cheer on their hero on track in a GT4? That must have been when it all came together and they went, yep, we're putting you in the car. Obviously, your mum Renata's a big part of, you know, organising the Obster fan club, which myself and Henry have got to know over the years and got to appreciate. When you got the call and they said, we're putting you in the car, you're going racing this weekend, I know for a fact what the Dutch would be for like saying, oh my God. Words to that effect, folks, but you must have been really, really happy when they said, yeah, we're going to put you in the car, you're going to go racing this weekend. What were your first thoughts?
Yeah, of course, I was really enthusiastic. I mean, it's still quite the change of scenery, going from karting to car racing, and especially in a class like DD4. But throughout the entire year, training was going well, speed was looking good. And when I finally heard that I was, when it was finally announced that I was allowed to race, yeah, I was just really happy with it. And even then, when the race went really well and everything like fell together perfectly, yeah, it just made a very nice experience.
We'll talk about the difference between karting and GT4 very shortly. Of course, Niels Tröger winning the KZ2 World Cup last year and then moving into ADAC GT4 Germany through the German Kart Championship DKM. But we've got a really good battle here. Kian de Brandt has just been passed by Lewis Koch, whose dad I spoke to this morning, and I said, how did he feel after qualifying P5? He said, yeah, we're happy. We're happy. I mean, Lewis Koch, one of the younger drivers in the Door Motorsport program, along with the likes of Nikita Genza, this year's Rotax Max Challenge Germany champion. Of course, Tim Mika Metz, a very well-established DD2 driver in his own right, has taken titles with that team. But Sam Knopfler's trying to put the frighteners on, but it never unnerves Imke Arts. Once you put that lady behind the wheel, she is just as aggressive as the men out there. And that just goes to show that people will want to prove themselves out on track. One of the nicest people you could want to meet in the paddock is Imke, but you don't want to cause problems with her on the racetrack, because you know for a fact that she will come back at you with twice the aggressiveness. And it's a very, very clean battle. between these two. Of course, a lot of respect between racing drivers, especially with a 2-speed gearbox category. Of course, we'll get on to KZ2 and KZ2 Masters after this particular race, but it's been very, very much, it's stabilised between these two at the moment, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. Imke has some really good speed. Sam Knop is currently trying to keep up, but she's closing the gap. Yeah, it's looking good for her right now. Okay,
right. We are going to go on to our penultimate lap as the time hits 0. They come out of the final corner. So, Arts leads by 2/10. Knopfjes in second. Who's in third? Koch, De Brandt, Guillaume now has recovered. That's good work there after that first lap incident involving his back axle going up into the air, landing with a bump, and Thierry Vermeulen unfortunately retiring from the race early doors. Then we got Luca Neuenhausen, who's dropped to 7th, ahead of Mark van der Kamp. Vincent van Kerkhoff, another man who I've known through senior Rotax, still runs with GKS. Had a chat with him as he went out for practice this morning. And he went, yeah, one of the wires got loose, and yeah, the engine didn't have the waft it needed. But he's made some good inroads. He's made up 10 places, but it's now a case of on that final lap, when you know you've got to put it on the line, Knopfjes knows his opportunity is going to come very shortly, depending on how hard he wants to push.
Yeah, definitely. We see Imke taking a very defensive line right now, probably knowing that Sam Knopfjes is eager to overtake. So I think it's going to be difficult to overtake in the next part of the circuit, especially when he's defending like this.
Yeah, so down the Europelan for the final time here on lap number 13 here in the last pre-final of Rotax competition for Chrono Karting for 2024. And you can see that Imke Arts is sternly white lining it, putting it on the racing line. She has the right to do that as the race leader. So now it's down to Knopfjes. Will he try and get a run out of turn number 12? Last corner, last lap. Could it be a photo finish? It's going to keep the title open up until the final race of the championship season later on this afternoon. But out of the final corner, Imke Arts takes the pre-final by 6/100ths. Axel Hoos rounds out the top 3. Louis Koch takes 4th. Nicolas Guillaume from Drama on lap 1 to take P5 at the finish. Ahead of Luca Neuenhausen, Kian de Brandt, Mark van der Kamp, Vincent van Kerkhoff, the highest climber in the order, 19th to 9th, ahead of Brett Otters. Bennett Demler, Christoph Adams takes the win in DD2 Masters. That bloke will be karting until he pops his clogs, that guy. One of the most, well, the most decorated, now 17 times a competitor in the grand finals. Rick van der Start, Max Schupman, Wim Hullo, Malte Schlatterer, Jan Eckstein, Dominic Hummels, and Ton van Weert round out the 19 finishers. Niels Berler has yet to cross the line, so I think might have just put us crossed the line, and it's the last of the classified finishers. Thierry Vermeulen out on the opening lap, and Moritz Knopfjes not taking the start. Okay, penultimate pre-final of 2024 for Chrono Karting. We go to KZ2 Masters. Here is your starting grid. Glenn Vandenhoek and Wesley de Waal line up on the front row. And what's more, after 12 best scores out of 14, they are level on points. Sven Heijer makes a return to the championship, and he will be on the inside of row number 3. Explained to me this morning that he got stuck for 3 laps in traffic. And when you've got 25 KZ2 Masters, that is never easy. Jeroen Bos and Neki Borheni running out the top 5. Thierry de Jong and William van der Kay ran out the top 7 ahead of Yannick Breinen, Edgar Oosting. Max Tubben rounds out the top 10. Bas Steen, Anders Elkier, Marcel Ernst, Niels Koster, Sebastian Holder, Mike Hendricks, Bas Schulten, Davide Caruso, Benjamin Evert, Mark Verhoeven ran at the top 20. Mick Bertram, Benno Ridder, Gert Vandenbrink, Christian Primke and Martin Versteeg round out the 25-strong grid. Now, we were talking about Glenn and Wesley back at Kerpen. This title fight has, it kind of reminds me, and people don't at me on any social media, it reminds me of when 2021, Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, dead level on points going into the final round. And it's going to be the person that I think, whoever wins this pre-final, and you know this from experience, Yup, that whoever's got the psychological advantage going to that last race of the championship season can be that pivotal factor that makes all the difference.
Yeah, sure, especially when it's as close as this. Both drivers going into this pre-final with 616 points.
Yep.
Absolutely no time for margins, and they have to outperform themselves, and yeah, they have to hope everything falls together perfectly, because the smallest mistake can cost the championship like this.
Imagine if we had each of them picking up a win, and one wins the pre-final, one finishes second, and then we get the reverse. If that happens, it goes to countback, which means that Wesley de Waal would become the 2024 champion. However, KZ2, we talked about this in Kerpen. The perfect thing that you've got to do is get this car off the line. It's standing start, folks. You've got to find that clutch biting point. I've spoken with several drivers, including good friend of ours, Enzo Boll. De Lansard, he didn't get off the line at round 6 in the pre-final. Came back and won both races. He just said, yeah, it is such a difficult art to master. Finding that biting point, wait until those lights go on, and then you've got to settle yourself in and zone in and just go, right, I've got to nail this start.
Yeah, exactly. The start is like an entire different discipline from racing and qualifying. It's so difficult to get it right, especially when you're new in this class or a rookie. It's like not only is it difficult to find the biting point and to do everything perfectly, but to master the nerves and to get in your zone when you're standing there at the start with all the revving engines around you. Yeah, I mean, it's quite the scenery, to say.
Yes, indeed, and we'll have 34 KZ2s coming up next after this one. But the field starts lining up on the start-finish straight here at the Home Champions. You can see the people on the grandstand off of the a la carte brasserie waiting with bated breath. We've got our flag marshal at the front. And when the green flag waves at the back, when all 25 drivers, looks to be Benno Ridder that may not make the start. I haven't seen his transponder across the line. But here we go for 10 minutes, plus 2 laps. Drivers instructed to look at the lights. Red lights are on. And we're underway. Great start from Glenn Vandenhoek. Got the whole shot nailed perfectly. Oh, we've had a moment. One driver off the circuit on the left-hand side of the start-finish straight. And also we've had one go off. I think a tyre went off a kart. We've got another one on turn 2. Make that. There's another kart as well. I did see, oh, don't tell me, Neki Barheni and Sven Heijer might have come together. However, Glenn Vandenhoek nailed that start perfectly. He got the whole shot.
Yeah, now he has quite some advantage over his championship competitor. Wesley de Waal now currently in 4th place. there's quite a gap. So it's going to be difficult to recover this one.
Yeah, well, I think it's Jeroen Bos that is now leading, who got through. So Van den Hoek got the start. De Waal got mugged a little bit by the drivers behind. So Jeroen Bos leads after the opening lap. Then Van den Hoek, Nicky Berhenne, Wesley De Waal, William van der Kai. They ran out the top 5. And yes, Sven Heijer unfortunately involved in that incident. So it was not, as I thought it might have been, Nicky Berhenne, who had dramas at Kerpen back earlier on in this season. But quite a few other drivers, Yannick Kuriainen, Benjamin Evert, Gert van den Brink. I think it's the 199 that's ended up having a drama. Well, Gert van den Brink has retired according to the live timing. But again, 6 speeds, you're hitting probably what? Best part of over 140 kilometers an hour. I think going down the start-finish straight slipstream, you're probably touching close to 150. We're talking like 85, 90 miles an hour. How harrowing is that from a driver's perspective when your backside is literally millimeters off the circuit floor?
Well, of course, every driver gets used to the speed at some point. But yeah, just the overall experience of driving KZ is unmatched, and it's really, really crazy. Like, not even the top speed only, but just it keeps on accelerating, keeps on going. It's very nice.
It's like someone's just wound up, you know, literally got a coil spring ready, and then you just let it go, and it just keeps on going. It's like the Duracell bunny. But at the moment, Jeroen Bos is leading the way. Glenn van den Hoek still holding on to second position. We've got 7.5 minutes to go. Now, Wesley De Waal needs to get his skates on a little bit here. Okay, right, we've got a couple of penalties coming through. 1, 3, 4. Mick Bertram has just had a 3-second time penalty for bad conduct, reference driving standards. And also 155 has got a 3-second penalty. That is Germany's Christian Primke. Second official warning. He got his first one in qualifying. But Glenn van den Hoek looks very, very much ready to pull the trigger here on Jeroen Bos. But we know Jeroen Bos from old. Very, very capable shifter kart driver, and will keep that thing on the racing line as much as he can before Van den Hoek decides when he's going to pull the trigger. But Nicky Berhenne not too far behind. William De Waal, William van der Kai, of course, the surprise winner in the wet at the first trip to Sekkerpark Berghem this year under the floodlights. I remember that one because I still remember that big grin that he has that was from ear to ear. One of the nicest guys in the paddock. But Glenn van den Hoek, I think, is just keeping these Vega tyres in the window of operation. Of course, this is another thing that a lot of people are not aware of. When we talk about Rotax, then we go to KZ2, completely different tyre compound. Of course, there's a lot more torque going through that back axle with this 6-speed gearbox. What's the biggest challenge as a KZ2 driver to try and keep those tyres in the window and try and keep your opponent guessing at the same time?
Well, it's just so different than especially senior Rotax, because senior Rotax has a peak in the tires in around lap 3, and then it slowly degrades. But KZ has a peak way later, as that's why in the qualifying they get 3 minutes longer, and it takes a bit of time before the optimal window of the tire comes up. And especially in a race, it's difficult to maintain that peak and to up your pace until the end of the race, and to not peak too early. And that's as it goes now, Glenn van den Hoek really has found that pace. Jeroen Bos is struggling a bit more, so he's really applying the pressure.
Yeah, so at the moment, okay, Benno Ridder did not start. Gert van den Brink out. Benjamin Evert out. Yannick Kuriainen out. Bas Steen out. Sven Heijer, fastest lap of anybody on lap number 4, 53.157. Now we've got a quartet of drivers led by Jeroen Bos, rounded out by Wesley De Waal. As you said, you want to plateau your tyres. You want to get them into that window of operation and sort of coax them along. You don't want to take too much of them out, too much purchase, too much life out of these tyres, because they'll be a bit like a lemming falling off of a cliff. You know, they'll jump literally straight down. If you go sideways, if you end up making a mistake, flat spotting the tyres, which can happen through either over rotation of the car, accelerating too early, coming out of the apexes. But now we've got a real good battle on our hands And with 4¼ minutes to go, plus those 2 additional laps, this is the cat and mouse game about KZ2. And you know this very, very well, Job, that you've got to play your cars very close to your chest and keep your opponents guessing.
Yeah, and you do all that while still trying to remain your calm and not overpush, because that's important. You have to keep doing your own thing and don't really overpush. And now, of course, Wesley Laval has Glenn van den Hoek in his visors, and he's going at it like he's running behind the target.
He's got him in the crosshairs, that's for sure, but he's got to get through on Nicky Berhane, who is like the proverbial cork in the bottle. If Wesley Laval gets through, then there's an opportunity. But by being behind Nicky Berhane, that is not giving him the window of opportunity, but a little bit deep there from Berhane at that particular point. Outbraked himself a little bit, and Laval could have gone through, but again, he, just like the 3 in front, is trying to push whilst conserving the true pace of those tyres underneath them.
Yeah, really a small mistake from Glenn van den Hoek there. And that has opened the gap a little bit for Nicky Berhane, who is now right on the bumper.
And hello, Renata. Greatest speaker duo of all time. Thank you very much. Appreciate the compliment there. But yeah, like you say, slight mistakes, you know, these are very physical karts. You know, your shoulders are put through, well, your right shoulder's put through the ringer, because that's where the majority, where the gear shifts are happening. So you've got the pedal, which is normally for the clutch point activation, and you're pushing it forward to go down the gearbox, pulling it towards you. So you're activating your right side, so it's your chest muscle, your back muscle, your shoulder, your triceps, your biceps, your forearm. It's put through the ringer, and especially when you're having to downshift into, let's say, a right-hand corner from 5th to 2nd, you've then got to concentrate on braking whilst also turning the kart in. It's a lot to do.
Yeah.
And that's why KZ2, or shifter kart racing, folks, that's why you see drivers like Max Verstappen, who is a world champion in that discipline back in 2013 at the home of British karting, Paul Fletcher International. And it is just, it's so visceral. The noise is something completely different as well. And I still remember the first time I ever commentated on KZ2 was B&L Karting Series. I think it was when KZ2 came back for a round. And who was one of the drivers on the grid? Senna van Walstein.
Yeah, Senna, of course, also really, really fast. And now in the KZ categories, you have to multitask, but also the G-forces are absolutely insane, especially when there's when you're on a grippy track. Just the speed and the grip of the tires. The Lacons now really, really grippy tire. Just the G-forces are, yeah, you really have to get used to that. It's really different than in Rotax.
Well, the thing is, at the moment, the advantage is clearly in the favour of Glenn van den Hoek in 2nd place. Wesley Laval has got to try and do something. It is going to come down to the final race of the season. We head into the final minute, plus 2 additional laps. Another penalty has just come in for the 196. That is Sebastian Horda. 3-second time penalty for ignoring a yellow flag. So the field makes its way through into turns 3, 4 and 5 here on lap number 11. So after this, we'll have another 2 laps to go. But with the lap times that we've been seeing, and about 53.3s from the top 2 drivers on the road, Jeroen Bos from SP Motorsport. Of course, Stan and Jorrit Pex. Stan running SP Motorsport, still run in the KZ classes, both in CIK, FIA, and other competitions thereof. But I think in some respects, we are going to see an elbows-out finale, aren't we, in this class?
Yeah, definitely, definitely. They approach it as all or nothing in these kind of races, especially on Genk and the last race of the season, fighting for the championship. And some drivers really have nothing to lose, and they race like that also. So,
especially when it comes down to this moment in the championship season. We've been competing since February the 25th. So effectively, folks, this has been an 8.5, probably about the best, 8 months and 1 week. We've been racing through Chrono Karting, of course, having made trips to multiple circuits, of course, heading outside of our national habitat, which is, of course, the Netherlands in Eindhoven, which is about an hour and 15 minutes drive from this circuit. Also here at Genk to visit Marienborg, we visited at round number 3. De Lansard we visited twice, Bergen we visited twice, and of course the iconic F-Landing in Kerpen that has seen the careers start for Michael and Ralf Schumacher, and of course, 4-time Formula 1 world champion Sebastian Vettel. 2 laps to go. Yeah, I think it's just a case of just keeping it nice and clean at the moment. And then when we go into battle for the final later on today, I definitely know for a fact that De Waal is going to give it everything. Van den Hoek is going to defend as if his life depended on it. And then everything else is just adds to the nice little spice mix.
I think it's going to be a spectacular race, and we're definitely going to enjoy watching the live stream then, I think.
Yeah, so stick with us, folks, because we've got one more race before we go into the final lunch break of the season. A lap and a quarter to go. Jeroen Bos is still leading the way. Glenn van den Hoek did get the whole shot off of the start-finish line when we started the best part of nearly 15 minutes ago. One more lap remains, and Jeroen Bos leads by nearly 6/10 ahead of Glenn van den Hoek. Nicky Burhenne and Wesley de Waal round out the top 4. William van der Kaaij, the gentle giant, as I remember calling him back in his DD2 days. Currently running in P5. Marcel Ernst from Germany in the 113 has done a really good job in this race, up 7 spots to 6th position. Niels Koster has just lost a position to Jeremy Sebastian Roda. Sven Heij has now moved up into 14th. A real shame after the Hire Sport driver had an incident on lap number 1. But the penultimate race of the championship season for KZ Masters in 2024 is going to go the way of SP Motorsports. Jeroen Bos in the 198. Glenn van den Hoek takes the advantage going to the final race of the championship season in 2nd, ahead of Nicky Burhenne and Wesley de Waal rounding out the top 4. William van der Kaaij takes 5th ahead of Marcel Ernst with Edgar Oosting, Thierry de Jong, Anders Elkier and Mike Hendricks round out the top 10. Davide Caruso, Max Tubben, Sven Heij, Bas Schouten, Mark Verhoeven, Sebastian Roda, Niels Koster, Martin Versteeg and Christian Primke round out the 19 finishers. Mick Bertram we lost on lap 7, Bas Steen lap 2, Yannick Quirijnen, Benjamin Evert, Gert van den Brink on the opening lap with Benno Ridder, a non-starter. Okay, last pre-final of the 2024 Chrono Karting Dutch Championship season. It's KZ2. Let's have a look at the starting grid. And what a surprise, on debut, running with SLC Karting, Jaden Teen, accompanied by Senna van Valstein, who we were just talking about a few moments ago, starts from pole position, the only driver to go sub 52 seconds yesterday in time qualifying. He's joined by Jens Ter, who currently leads the KZ2 Championship coming into this final round of the season on 593 points. And it is the penultimate race of Farin Mega's karting career. Had a chat with his mum Nina. Of course, we've both known Farin for quite a few years. Farin has decided to, after this weekend, he decided a year ago he's going to concentrate on driver coaching. So Farin's last race will be here as a karter after 10 years behind the wheel. He starts in P3, he's fourth in the championship standings coming into this round. He's joined by countryman Daniel Stell on row number 2, Thomas Cypers and Enzo Alibaks on row 3, Bob Plug and Kevin Stehauer row 4. Dirk van Sifthout and Daniel Tenbach ran out the top 10 with Tim Verelst, Rob Lucas, Enzo Boll, Christopher Zaxter, Len Nyes, who I had a wonderful catch-up with yesterday evening. Starts 15th, headed Oscar Steinbach, Erik Angenent, Drake Janssen, Fredrik Zebis. Another driver from DD2 now joins the KZ2 brigade. He'll be joined by Dan Zopfi on row number 10. Jelte Bouma, Rick Mewis, Nigel Hendricks, Jori Molema, Christian de Klein, Jeffrey Fixer, Robin Glirum, Matthew van der Broek and Dominic Reuters round out 29 drivers. So, coming into the championship finale, Jens leads on 593 points, ahead of Robin Glirum on 590. Daniel Tenbach, Farin Mega and Kevin Stehauer all have a mathematical chance of becoming the 2024 Chrono Karting KZ2 champion. Last year the title went to former SP Motorsport driver and now vehicle detailer Quinn Winkel. But Jaden Teen, pole position. I said on the commentary for the circuit PA system last night, I went, I'm not at all surprised. I really am not, and especially when he's got Van Valstein in his corner. He's now wearing a Sodi Kart uniform, which I think has Van Valstein's name on it, so obviously hand-me-down. But an impressive debut on qualifying. But the biggest thing is his mechanic, Raymond Riefveld, who we all know in this paddock, celebrating his birthday yesterday. Many happy returns, Raymond. Said it's going to be about that start. Again, we go to an even more competitive shifter class with KZ2. And considering the fact he's got the championship leader alongside him, that's a pretty fearsome task to come up against, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was a very impressive lap in qualifying. And I wonder how it's going to go in the races for him. Of course, he's a very experienced driver also in Rotax. So we're going to see how he keeps up in KZ.
So, green flag is set to be waved at the back end of the field. There we go. Green flag is waved. Drivers instructed to look at the lights. Revs rise. And we're underway. That's a... Oh, dearie me. Second phase of the start for Jaden Teen did not go well. And that, I think...
Oh, he goes off.
Oh, dear. He went straight off at turn 2. And he stopped the kart, I think. On his truck. No, he's rally crossing it. He's doing the Joker lap at the moment. But that was not, I think, in the plan. The first stage of it, it got underway. Oh, no, that's... Yeah, you can. He's trying to shift up. I don't think the kart's complying with him at all. He bogged down, but there's a big old Barney going through into turn 7, I've just seen. There were like 5 or 6 karts all over the shop coming through the chicane. And I think that might be Thomas Cypers that could be leading. Glirum, I think, might be up against it at the moment as we find out who will be leading the way after the opening lap. And coming through to cross the line
I think that's Daniel Stell.
Daniel Stell is leading. Thomas Cypers in second.
Oh, but he goes
straight on. Straight on into the wall. That is an SP Motorsport kart. And I think that might have been... I'm just trying to keep an eye on what exactly happened. But the driver went straight on. And that was at turn 10. So, yeah, Jaden Teen bogs down at the start. I thought initially he got the getaway, but maybe the gearbox didn't comply at that point, and that's why he dropped down the order.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's always difficult, and going into turn 1 with cold tires, it's difficult to keep the KZ on track. So, yes, of course, it's very difficult to start in KZ, and I think he found out in the irritating and difficult way.
Yeah, so now new race leader, Thomas Cypers in the 278, now 6/10 of a second ahead of Daniel Stell from Germany. Jens Ströer, Bob Plug, Renzo Alibax. We had a great battle with Jeffrey Fixer last time out at round 7 in the final against Jeffrey Fixer, who was leading with about 3 laps to go, and then Alibax found that he had kept the tyres a little bit more than Fixer, who had been pushing the kart considerably. I think it might have been, well, there is the kart there. I'm still trying to make out the number. Also good to see that a couple of the teams trying to run the old DAP livery. There's Enzo Boll up the inside of Daniel Tenbach through the final corner. So that is going to be a change for 6th position. So Drake Janssen is out. So I've got a feeling that will be the driver that went straight on into the foam barriers off of turn number 10 at Cafe Corner. And again, just like with DD2 and DD2 Masters, you explained this earlier, Job, that it is a front and rear braking system. You've got a dive going through into turn number 7. Again, it's just, if air gets into the system, you're pumping air, you're not pumping fluid, and that's not going to circulate to the brake pads or the brake discs on the front and rear axles, and you can quite literally become a passenger.
Yeah, unfortunately that can happen sometimes, and especially in KZ, you really lean on the front brakes and you shift down in the gears, and yeah, it de-accelerates very, very quick.
I mean, how impactful is that? Okay, we've got a mechanical black flag coming out. Can't make out the number. I think it might be... well, I know it's a 2. But the thing is, with some of the work that I do, we do normally have a digi flag, but with good old Chrono karting, it's old school, so I think it might be a 2-6. But we'll wait to see who parks it in the pit lane. It looks like Jaden T.
Oh, I think it's the 265 running without a bumper right now.
Oh, he's gone old school. He's gone back to the 1960s on that one. That is Erik Angerent. So he will have to park that kart. Yeah. I still remember doing, what was it? B&L Karting Series, Ostikor. No, it wasn't Ostikor. It was, yeah, it was Ostikor. And Morgan Riesch clipped the curbs going through the double left at turns 5 and 6, and the bumper just went bing. Like it can easily be done, because curbs on tracks nowadays are getting higher and higher, and you've got to be very, very careful how you park it on the racing line. And also, if you want to be a bit aggressive with the curbs, yes, you can be, but you can either click the bumper in, or it just completely exits off the kart, as we've just seen with Erik Angerent.
Yeah, and we have here on Genk, the same as in Kerpen, the flaps in the chicanes. I mean, it's always a pity to run into a front bumper penalty right there. So that's something you have to look out for also.
Yeah, so Erik Angerent becomes the 3rd retiree after Drek Janssen and Jaden Teen. Of course, not the way that you want to start your efforts possibly into KZ or into shifter class next year. A little bit further up the road, Jens Ströer is being chased down by the winner at Circuit Berchem just 3 weeks ago. Of course, Circuit Berchem hosted the Grand Prix of the Netherlands for FIA karting between 1992 and 1994, because they've still got the old school posters on the wall, actually between the main cafeteria and going to the restrooms. which was something I noticed, and I thought, oh, that's a little bit of trivia. And that's one of the wonderful things about this sport, is that we see so many drivers make their way into, and as you just looked, so I don't know if you've seen the announcements, like the amount of penalties coming through. We've got 6 of them in total, including the meatball flag for the 265 of Vedek Anganen, but Thomas Seiper's leading the way.
Yeah, but it's now that Daniel Stel seems to be gaining ground a little bit on the race leader. He's closing the gap, and I think we might see a possibility for an overtake pretty soon.
Yeah, gap between them was 0.3 of a second after lap number 7. We're on lap 8 with 3¼ minutes to go, plus the 2 additional laps. So Jens Stur at the moment, currently running P4. Robin Glirum, now where is he at the moment? Oh, currently running 12th, having started 27th, and he's not the biggest climber, because there's an old name that we both know.
Yeah,
Christian de Klein, who started 25th.
And now is in 9th place. Wow, that's quite some positions gains for Christian.
Yeah, so Robin Glirum, Daniel Tenbach, currently running 7th. Where is Mr. Fahim Mega? Started P3, currently P8. Kevin Stehauer down 2 spots from 8th and is currently running in 10th position. But again, as you alluded to in the previous race for KZ2 Masters for the pre-final, was the fact that, again, it's just picking your spots. You've got to be very, as you said, and when you said the word multitasking, I had to do a double take. I was like, hang on, did I just hear that right? And it's also the same as what you could say with regards to your efforts now in the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 that you race. But again, we're seeing a lot of close battles, and this is a hallmark of KZ2 competition.
Yeah. Speaking about close battles, we have now Enzo Bol trying to make a move on Renzo Alibox. Pretty close between those two. So we have some fights a little bit further back outside of the top 5 also.
Yeah, and Daniel Tenbach has just been passed by Christian de Klein, who 3 laps ago put in the fastest lap of the race, a 52.061. So we are literally, folks, less than a 10th off of the pole position time from Jaden Team last night, which was a 51.984. Only driver to go sub 52 seconds. And we also see it sometimes as well where the fastest lap of the race is actually quicker than the pole time. And I've noticed that this season. I'm like, hang on, that was the pole position time that's just been beaten by the person who's just put in the fastest lap. And now, Daniel Stell. But it's not just Daniel Stell that's coming into this mix. I spot Bart Plug there in 3rd, who's also closed on in and has gone quicker than the 2 in front of him.
Yeah, it seems to be a three fight for the lead right now. We still have 3 laps to go, so I think it's gonna be a very tight race.
Oh dear, Foreign Megas just picks up a 3-second penalty for unsportsmanlike driving conduct, which can also mean the fact that if you've caused an incident and you're the one at fault, you will get pinged for said penalty by either the race director or also the clerk of the course. But we are coming down to the last few laps before we head to a brief break. Obviously, we do need to get some refreshment and some lunch and things like that. And obviously, you've got to get back to your driver coaching. But I'm looking forward to having you back in the box for when we do the last 2 races of the championship season. A big thank you to Martin from Lifetime, who's keeping me updated as to... Oh, right, okay. There's going to be 3 drivers battling out for DD2. I will let you keep on guessing as to who has just been eliminated. So, don't tell them. I want to keep it a surprise. But now the time has expired, and here comes Bart Plug. You can see a little bit of, not desperation, but a sense of urgency with Daniel Stell, because he's like thinking, I'm not going to catch Cypers, but if I can keep Plug at bay, it gives me an opportunity to be on the front row of the grid for the final later on.
Yeah, and of course the finals, the race that counts, because that's where the podiums are divided. Both pre-final and final counts towards the championship, but only the final counts for the day result. So he's definitely thinking about that one in the back of his head.
That he definitely is. So, down the Europe line for the penultimate time here before the lunch break here at Chrono Karting for the final round of the 2024 season, where we started on February the 25th, back at this very circuit. Let's not forget, and also the season for a lot of drivers actually started a couple of weeks beforehand with this year's Champions Winter Trophy. Through turn number 10. I love the fact that they're able to just point these karts, squirt the throttle up, you know, bang up the gears, a couple of gears, and now it's going to be at full throttle. There's going to be a little bit of a battle. That is going to be, I think Christian de Kleins has got through on Enzo Bol, and that has happened. Onto the final lap we go. Cypers leads from Stel and Plug, and they're covered by half a second. I think Cypers got this one in the bag, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's really difficult to overtake now in the remaining part of the track, because Cypers has been able to find a little bit of a gap. He seems to be really strong throughout the double right-hander here.
Yeah, very much the case. But we are coming down to the final couple of corners of the morning's action here at Chrono Karting for the 8th and final round of 2024. And through turn 11 for the final time here on lap number 14. Turn 12 awaits, and they power out of the final corner. Thomas Cypers from 5th on the grid takes the win ahead of Daniel Stel. Bart Plug, Jens Tur goes into the final round of the championship season with the psychological and positional advantage. By that I mean mentally and also on the grid. So Renzo Alibax takes 5th ahead of Christian de Klein. Enzo Bolt, Foreign Mega gets a 3-second time penalty, and that will drop him to round about 12th place. It'll put him behind Robin Glirum, so that will promote Kevin Stehout, Daniel Tenbach, Dirk van Sifthout, Robin Glirum. Then it will be Foreign Mega, Dominic Hoyters, Len Nyes, Tim Verelst. Jeffrey Fixer made it up to 16th by the flag, having started 26th ahead of Oscar Steinbach. Then we've got Rob Lucas and the two Danes, Frederick Zebis and Christopher Zaxa, running at the top 20. Rick Mears, Dan Zopfi, Jelle Tibuma, Nigel Hendricks, Jure Malema and Matthew van den Broek round out the 26 finishers. Unfortunately, lap 4, we saw Eric Angenent retire with a missing front fairing, Jaden Teen with gearbox problems on lap 3, and Rick Janssen out on the opening tour. Well, folks, it's time for a brief break here on the live stream here at Chrono Karting. So, ladies and gentlemen, the championship final, the final day of the championship season comes down to our respective classes: Micro, Mini, Junior, Senior, DD2, DD2 Masters, KZ2 Master, and KZ2 rounding out the show. Of course, when we crown our Dutch champions, we will do the traditional lap of honour parade with the Dutch national flag. Join us very shortly here on the live stream, as we'll be back in action before you know it. So, slightly initially after schedule, we are back underway. And it's time for our first final of the season finale here at Karting Genk. And we turn our attention now to the Micromax final. And in terms of the start positions, Dimitar Lazarov, who picked up the victory in the pre-final, will start from pole position. And alongside will be Niki Naruhito Tomase. Connor Halfer rounds out the top three. And will be joined by Bruce Chirino, who has effectively wrapped up the Micro Rookie title for 2024. Jason Peters will be joined on row 3 by Noah Stehouder, with Rosalind May Heineke and Ryan Rampadarath rounding out the field. However, Micromax will be decided in terms of the 2024 Chrono Karting Dutch Champion at the end of this race, and it will be between Rampadarath, Tomase and Halfer as they go on to their official formation lap. So, for the final time in 2024, Micromax under starters orders. The red lights on the gantry, revs rise, lights are out, and the final race of 2024 gets underway. And it's going to be a 3-kart race for the championship between Rampadarath Tomase and Halfer. At the moment, Dimitar Lazarov leads away. Connor Halfer looks to be in second position. Tomase third. Chirino trying to get through on Noah Stehouder. And Rampadarath has already made up 2 places and has got himself up into 6th position. But there is Niki Naruhito Tomase getting through on Connor Halfer. Early in this race, all finals today will be over a duration of 13 minutes plus 2 additional laps. As the field makes its way through into turn number 12 here on the opening lap. And Tomase knows that he's going to have to win this on the road. Stay ahead of Connor Halfer. As Ryan Rampadarath still down in 6th position. As the field makes its way through into turn 4, into turn number 5. And Niki Naruhito Tomase now switching to the inside line, possibly to try and get through on Dimitar Lazarov. Had to think better of it, though, on that point. Mainly because of the fact that Connor Halfer was right up his rear bumper at the point. Going through off of the Europalan into turn number 7. And there is the move from Tomase. 2 minutes in. out of 13. Tomasa hits the front end of the field. Nice little move going through on Dimitar Lazarov, who's retaken the lead. But the side draft is mighty here at Karting Genk, and that's going to give the opportunity to Tomasa and Haufer to get through. Now through into turn number 4 here on lap number 3. Noah Stehauder, fastest driver of all out on the circuit. And, well, Lazarov gets through. At turn number 6, retakes third position. Bruce Chirino possibly hoping for an opportunity to get through at turn number 7 off of the Europolan, but at that particular point, not quite. So only 3 minutes into this 13-minute plus 2 additional lap race for the last race of the season. Rampadala's opportunity to be at the sharper end of the field has fallen away. And now he could lose 6th position as Conor Haufer looks for a move on Nicky Naruhito Tomasa for the race lead. And Haufer would need Tomasa to be a few more places behind in order to hope. There's a 5-point advantage between Nicky Naruhito Tomasa and Conor Haufer. 1 point between Tomasa and Rampadarath. So the people watching in the grandstands, especially the families of these youngest drivers in our grid, will be keeping a keen eagle eye on what is transpiring in front of us before our very own eyes. So what Ryan Rampadarath needs now is a little bit of a miracle as Conor Haufer gets through on Nicky Naruhito Tomasa, who's got the inside line down the Europolan. Into turn number 7 they go. Tomasa retakes the lead. Haufer's got to be very, very careful that he doesn't open the door for Dimitar Lazarov to get through. And nearly a carbon copy of what you saw a little bit earlier on. At Lazarov trying for a move into turn number 9. That's going to open the door. The driver behind Noah Stehauder, but Stehauder backs out of it as Chirino very close behind for company. And at the moment, Jason Peters is really making some headway in the number 24. And has left Ryan Rampadarath and Rosalind May Heineke quite a bit behind. So we're a minute to go until we hit half-time in this last race of the championship season for our Micromax competitors. Bruce Giurino, thanks to the decision by Matthias Clever and his family to move up a class for the final round of the season, has effectively given him the Micromax rookie title. But Naruhito Tomasa is in pole position at the moment. The drivers head down into turn number 10 once more. And more to the point that Tomasa is doing exactly enough. And the thing is, it's 55 for a win, 52 for second in the current point side of things. So this could be a possibility, as now up the inside goes Dimitar Lazarov on Conor Haufer. That makes it 55 points at the moment. This could possibly be the time where we may see that it's either going to be Nicky Naruhito Tomasa or Ryan Rampadarath that might be called champion in just probably 8.5 minutes time. As Tomasi gets a bit defensive, gets the elbows out, coming out of turn number 10. Lazarov waiting in the wings to strike whilst the iron's hot. Halfer in third. Tomasi goes defensive into turn number 12. The two Germans follow the Dutch driver on the traditional racing line through turn number 12. And now this could be an opportunity for Dimitar Lazarov to get through. Niki Naruhito Tomasi goes slightly off track. And there's Connor Halfer up the inside. Within 2 corners, Niki Naruhito Tomasi has dropped from the race lead and is now running P3. Behind them, the battle for 5th and 6th between Jason Peters in 6th place and Bruce Chirino wages on. Chirino's pretty much wrapped up the the micro rookie title for 2024, but still want to be, if not the highest placed rookie, the 2nd highest placed rookie in this race. And now Tomasi has to try something, has to try and go for it. And Tomasi nearly had the opportunity there to get through on Connor Halfer. However, Halfer again defends quite sternly, is able to keep himself at that point on the circuit in 2nd position behind Dimitar Lazarov. Lazarov looking for 2 wins out of 2. So the timer keeps on counting down. We're at 3 minutes and 45 seconds, plus 2 additional laps. And Tomasi trying to get through on Halfer. And at this particular moment in time, it is about how you decide your destiny, how you decide to go about the business at hand. And Niki Naruhito Tomasi has now got through on Connor Halfer. Change for 2nd position. And this could be an important move that has happened. Dimitar Lazarov at the moment leading by about 7 tenths. Naruhito Tomasi, with 2 minutes to go, is still being aggressively pressurized by the man behind, Connor Halfer from Germany. It all comes down to one seminal moment and one last race of the championship season, where you've got to do everything you can, everything in your power. Don't leave any stone unturned. Timer is fast approaching 0. And Tomasi is defending quite sternly. Knows that the win's now out of reach, but has to start defending for second position. Even if he gets third, it might be the case that Tomasi might wrap this up as we head on to 3 laps remaining in the final for our micro and micro rookie drivers. And the timer expires as they come out of turn number 4 on lap number 13 out of 15. And Tomasi has ended up going down into 3rd place. This could be very, very decisive. I think if it's the way things stand, it could be that Rampadadov might end up being P3, but it's the 2 battling over 2nd. This could be the main battle that defines and concludes this championship season. Because I think now it might be Hofer ahead of Tomasi. So a few moments ago the timer did expire. We now go on to our penultimate lap of the championship season. Rampadadov has not had the pace. Quite clearly not had the pace in comparison with the opposition. Dimitar Lazarov is 1.8 seconds and clear. Knows that he doesn't really need to worry about those behind. They are battling tooth and nail down the Europalan for the penultimate time this season. Into turn number 7. Can Tomasi get through? And he's going to try and open up the door. And he did get through. So Tomasi manages to make the move stick. So the last lap of the championship season gets underway for Micromax here in 2024. And it is an all-out battle royale between Niki Naruhito Tomasi and Connor Hofer. The former from the Netherlands, the latter from Germany. They've got Noah Steyhalder, the leading rookie, in terms of position on track, right with them. Our race leader is now halfway down the Europalan and heading towards turn 7 for the final time. And right up until the final few moments of this last race of the championship season, Niki Naruhito Tomasi could be the one that takes, that not only took the ticket to go to Sarno, but might take the title and the glory out of the final corner. It's going to be another win for Dimitar Lazarov. Niki Naruhito Tomasi, I think he might have done it by taking second. Connor Hofer rounding out the top 3. Noah Steyhalder takes 4th. Bruce Chirino has already wrapped up the Micromax rookie title. Ryan Rampadadov managed to make it to 6th in the end. Not sure if he's done enough to become the champion. Jason Peters and Rosalind May Heineke round out your 8 strong finishers. And the first tradition, the first lap of honor, is going to be served very, very shortly. Dimitar Lazarov takes the win, and there's the Chrono Karting Dutch Lion. As series organizer Gabby van der Burgt walks along and points. And here we go. your 2024 Chrono Karting Micromax Dutch champion. It's the number 25, Nicky Naruhito Tomase. And with that, another Dutch flag gets provided. And it goes to our Micromax rookie champion of 2024, Bruce Chirino, in the number 83. Congratulations as they take their traditional lap of honour here at the home of champions, with flag twirling by the team here at Chrono Karting. 2 champions decided. It's a wonderful tradition. I love the fact that we have the opportunity for these drivers to get their lap of honour. Nicky Naruhito Tomase and Bruce Chirino, Micromax and Micromax rookie champions for the Dutch Championship for Rotax, powered by Chrono Karting in 2024. Both drivers have deserved their merit. Any driver that we've had competing with us this season have had the opportunity, and now it sinks in. Nicky with, look mum, no hands. Fantastic stuff. Not the full 1,360 meter second, but there you go. There is our first lap of honour completed with Nicky Naruhito Tomase and Bruce Chirino, your micro and micro rookie champions for Chrono Karting for 2024. Two champions presented, more to come. Let's take you through the starting grid for the final race for Minimax for 2024. Vince van der Hollen and Julian Dummer line up on the front row. Jeff Verbeek and James van der Poel on row 2. Olivier Mazurkiewicz and Gage Moyes on row 3. Dimitar Lazarov and Milano Shipost. Row 4, Mika Bonk and Mick Klinkers round out the top 10. Rickert Joppen, Leon Herbos, Dirk de Dale, Tim Hansler, Milan Klees, Jesse Andringa, Lawrence van Vlaanderen, Bendik Schulte, Steven Vams, Matthias Kleber, Matthias Verreke, Liam Bastero and Klaus Hans round out the starting order. Only 2 drivers now in with a chance of becoming our 2024 Minimax Chrono Karting champion. It comes down to Vince van der Holle and Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Gage Moyes has already pretty much wrapped up the mini rookie crown, but it's going to be 13 minutes plus an additional lap. And after every single final, we will present our Chrono Karting Dutch champion in each respective class. It all comes down, as I said earlier on when we started things off with Micromax, it is down to one seminal moment. It was very, very close. in between Vince van der Holle and Olivier Mazurkiewicz. The gap now is 16 points. All van der Holle needs to do is stay ahead of Mazurkiewicz. Mazurkiewicz needs a miracle right now to become 2024 Dutch champion. Into the tram lines we go. Second full start of the meeting. The nerves are setting in, folks. Let me guarantee you of that. They send them around for another lap. The tension is palpable. You can cut through it with a hot knife through ice cold butter. Van der Holle has done exactly what he needed to do. He picked up a win in the pre-final, making it his 6th win of the championship season. He picks up win number 7. That's it. It's done. It's over. It's finished. However, the championship decider can bring one of my favourite factors of karting, unpredictability. And that is what I feel in the air. There is the calm before the storm. And it's all about that important start and get through the first lap. And then let the script play out. Ad hoc. So van der Holle starts first. Mazurkiewicz starts on the inside of row number 3 in 5th. Red lights on the gantry. Second time of asking, we're under starters' orders. The Minimax season finale gets going right now as the lights go out. And a good even start from the front row. Van der Holle wrestling with the steering wheel. As drivers trying to get through. Mazurkiewicz trying to negotiate his way through traffic. Julian Dummer's lost a couple of places. He's down to 4th. Mazurkiewicz has not got, he's got to basically commit fully. As all, bit of a touch from behind. That was Cage Moyes, I think, on the back of Julian Dummer. Heading into turn number 6. 3 wide going into turn 7. That never really ends up going well. Someone's gone grass tracking and is sideways. That is the 104 Mick Klinkers, who drops to the back end of the field. Meantime, Vince van der Holle and Jeffrey Baker broken away early. That's a very ominous sign for Olivier Mazurkiewicz, who runs in currently 6th position. Leaders come out of the final corner to complete the opening lap, and it is nip and tuck between the two at the front end of the field. The two Belgians, van der Holle and Verbeek. Moyes up to 3rd. Dummer, Lazarov, Mazurkiewicz. And Mazurkiewicz has just lost another position to James van der Poel. So this is going to get very, very close indeed, but with the advantage that the top two have, Mazurkiewicz has fought all season long to be in this window of opportunity. However, as I said earlier on today, nothing is over until that last checkered flag falls on the circuit. As soon as they've completed that final lap, that's all she wrote. It's done, it's past tense. And Olivier Mazurkiewicz is not, well, he needs to gain a bit of ground. He needs to use the karts in front of him for slipstream to try and close on it. Looking at the lap times, Mazurkiewicz on a 1 minute high 1 minute 0.6. Van der Holle is absolutely flying at the moment. He's just done a low 1 minute 0.1. That is a 6/10 of a second difference between the two drivers battling over the championship. So we're 3 minutes in to this 13-minute plus 2 additional lap finale. And Van der Holle still holding on. Well, he's more than holding on. He's pulled away from Jeff Verbeek. The gap now as new fastest lap time by the race leader. Gap now 6/10. Gage Moyes now up into P3 ahead of Julian Dummer, Dimitar Lazarov, James van der Poel and Olivier Mazurkiewicz. It is fast fading away into the wilderness. The title aspirations of the 116. Dutch by nationality, Polish, heritage very much entrenched in the name, but has been an absolute joy to watch Olivier Mazurkiewicz do some great work, including our first visit to Circuit de Lansard this year, where Van der Holle came a cropper, ended up spinning during a wet race, and then Mazurkiewicz went on to win. Julian Dummer sideways, going through into turn number 12. He gets through on Gage Moyes. So does Dimitar Lazarov. Not quite, but nearly. And now gets through. Oh, that was a hard hit. Yeah, Lazarov trying to get through on Gage Moyes. And then ended up into the side of Julian Dummer. James van der Poel now making it a 4-kart race in the battle for what is third on the road. Now, Mazurkiewicz has just signalled to the fast-closing DD2 DD2 in the 199, saying, right, DD, come with me. Let's go and chase that lot in front. Let's go and see if we can get past them. So heading into turn 10 once again, into 11. It is really a tall order for these drivers, these two gladiators here on the kart circuit. Van der Holle leads by nearly a second ahead of Jeff Verbeek. Gage Moyes still battling away tooth and nail with Dimitar Lazarov and James van der Poel. Olivier Mazurkiewicz has got DD2 DD2. That's the SLC karting livery, if I remember correctly, for DD2 in the 199. And there is James van der Poel. And van der Poel was looking up the inside of Lazarov, going through into turn number 7 off of the Europalan. But the way things stand, it is inevitable that one driver is going to be on cloud 9 for winning the title. The other driver is going to have to say, right, I gave it my best this year. I need to do better in 2025. However, there is a big change around. And that means that Dimitar Lazarov has just lost out 5th place. And not just that, 6th. Mainly because of the fact that a certain driver by the name of James van der Poel has got through. So has Olivier Mazurkiewicz. And there is one driver that is running slowly and has just gone off circuit. Was that DD2 DD2 possibly? The 199. I think the livery did look very, very familiar to me. So the drivers make their way through out of turn number 12 once again. Vince van der Holle on course in about 7 minutes' time. Well, 7 or 8 minutes' time. Is that close to taking what will be his 8th win of the year, and with it comes the Dutch crown. And the opportunity to do a lap of honour. Here comes a dive from Dimitar Lazarov on Olivier Mazurkiewicz. That's a change for 6th position. And Mazurkiewicz knows that it is fast fading away into the distance. His opportunity, but you know what? He's been a true trooper all the way through the championship season. And being a chief rival right up until the final race of the year. Zurkowicz, you cannot discount him in terms of effort. I'd give him an A star for that. So DD2 unfortunately retiring, going straight on earlier on in the circuit on lap number 6, has retired. Bendik Schulte has dropped 4 places down to 22nd. Mick Klinkers rounds out the top 21 with Milan Claes completing the top 20. Biggest mover at the moment, Matthias Verdeke, up 8 places from 21st to now 13th. Things as they are at the moment, it looks like it is going to be Vince van der Holle that is going to take another title this year. Several drivers have done fantastic work all the way through the season, competing in multiple different leagues, multiple different championships and series this year. Vince van der Holle showcasing that he is a talent to watch in the coming weeks and months. Of course, next season could be a very, very good year for the young man from Belgium. 3 minutes to go, and still Van der Holle is now pulling away. 1.5 seconds is the race lead, as we are on to lap number 11 of this race. And looking at the consistency of the lap times, Vince van der Holle, last 3 laps, last time around 59.950, then 59.698, which became the fastest lap of the race, and 59.886. More dueling here a little bit further back down the order. So one of which looks to be Mika Vonk, and I think possibly at the back of that will be Rickert Jopan in the middle. Possibly Laurens van Vlaanderen in the 170. But time waits for nobody. The sands of time, they ever weigh into the distance. But one driver is pulling away into the distance at the moment with an advantage of 1.7 seconds. Julian Dimmer's got to watch his 6, because closing in is the Birrell Art, the number 134 of Gage Moyes. And Moyes just pointing to Dimmer saying, come on man, go. Stop fighting me and let's just go for it. And up the inside, through at turn number 12 goes Gage Moyes, but Julian Dimmer able to get the position back through the crossover. And we head on to our second from last lap. So on to lap number 13 out of what will be an estimated 15 completed laps of this 1,360 metre circuit. So Dimmer holding on at the moment. Gage Moyes trying the old Nigel Mansell dummy back from Batman's days in the early 90s in Formula One. But 4, 3, 2, 1. 2 laps remain here in Mini and Mini Rookie. Now Gage Moyes finds himself back through on Julian Dummer. He's trying to wrestle with him at the moment to try and get through what is the final position on the top 3. Gage Moyes goes defensive. Oh, that was from way back when, from Dimitar Lazarov, who fired it up the inside of James van der Poel. Here comes Julian Dummer up the inside at turn number 7 on Gage Moyes and retakes 3rd place. Gage Moyes again sweeps to the outside through into turn number 10. That's a perfect crossover from the 1-3-4. Oh, he nailed it like no tomorrow. Nail in the coffin, bang it in with a hammer. Job done, Gage Moyes. Last lap underway of the season. And Vince van der Holle is about 1,200 metres away from becoming the Dutch champion for Chrono Karting in 2024 in Minimax. Gage Moyes will round off a very, very good season as a rookie if he manages to round out the top 3 overall in this race. And then next year, well, we've known that Gage Moyes has had the speed, but of course there's racecraft that you've got to factor in terms of racing development. But our race leader is coming through turn number 10 for the final time. Gage Moyes trying to hang on for 3rd place, but we've got to concentrate first of all on the man that's going to come through the final corner, and a double victory not only sees the weekend win, but the title. The title goes to Vince van der Holle. The 130 takes the top honour in Chrono Karting in 2024. 2nd, Jeff Verbeek. 3rd, and confirming his status as the top Mini Rookie of the Year, Gage Moyes. Julian Dummer, Dimitar Lazarov doing double duty, rounds out the top 5. Despite his best efforts, gallant runner-up, great effort for Olivier Mazurkiewicz in 6th. James van der Poel, Milano Schiphost, Laurens van Vlaanderen and Rickert Joppe round out the top 10. Mika Vonk, Klaus Hans, Leon Herbols, Matthias Verreken, Jesse Andringa, Tim Hansler, Steven Vams, Matthias Clever, Milan Claes, Liam Bastero, Mick Klinkers and Bendik Schulte round out the 22 strong finishers, with Didi Didale unfortunately retiring on lap number 6. So Gabby van der Berg hands over the Dutch national flag to our Mini Rookie champion of 2024, Gage Moyes. And now the presentation to Belgium's Vince van der Holle, your 2024 Chrono Karting Mini Max champion. And this will happen for every final, folks, so don't worry. So there we go. Please give your appreciation for Vince van der Holle and Gage Moyes, our Mini and Mini Rookie Chrono Karting champions for 2024 as they start their traditional lap of honour. So let's take you through the Junior Max Final. The last race of the 2024 season. Thijs van Wijk and Bran van der Weken round out the front row. Jacob Woods and Boris Maximov, row 2. Boris Verhaag and Ryan Bourguignon round out the top 3 rows ahead of Luca van Leer and Oliver Janssen. Jur Valkenhaus and Jake Menton round out the top 10 ahead of Lars Lambers and Milan van Winden. Adam Vida and Lieke van Berkel round out row 7 ahead of Henry Melchior, Jort van Ekelen, Justin Fonk and Tom Heger, Philip Hansler and Nuden Engelsman rounding out the top 20. Rocco Kerr, Duncan Hudson, Jim Back, Levi Dries, Anastasia Tooley, Dave Stevens, Thomas Verheijen, Seb Ter Horst, Nick Plummers, Bodin Blankenberg, AJ Bergerath, Vince Dries, Kimi Mai, and Max Swiderski. Well, the titles have pretty much been wrapped up by Thijs van Wijk and Max Swiderski, but let's be completely honest, we did have a very chaotic opening race for the Junior Rotax division this weekend. A medical emergency after the first full start. We then had a second full start. The timer started counting down. Of course, that is a rule within the Chrono Karting sporting regulations. So these drivers will be battling it out tooth and nail over 13 minutes plus 2 additional laps. Wonderful to see the grandstand overlooking turns 10 and 11 with plenty of spectators on site. Over 175 drivers here this weekend. And Dirk Rieskens going, go Lars Lambers. Well, let's get things under starters' orders. Revs rise, lights are on, lights are out. And the final's underway. Into turns 1 and 2. Oh, Jacob Woods got a little touch from behind, put the back axle up in the air, and the Brit from Sam Pollitt Racing has found himself towards the bottom of the top 10. Oh, but there's a moment. Someone got turned around through turn number 3. 2 carts went exit stage right. And there is the 207, Henry Melchior. Back axle breaking traction on the right-hand side, and also 218 got caught up in the crossfire. It could have been the 228, but the field makes its way, and leading at the moment is Bran van der Weken. Second is hotly contested between 3 drivers, and then you look at the scramble from around about 7th place back. And there is Boris Maximov as things are getting a bit feisty out there. There's 242 Lars Lambers ahead of Jacob Woods from Sam Pollitt Racing representing the United Kingdom. Oliver Janssen, the 218 from the Netherlands, was the one that was off the circuit, punching the steering wheel with his right hand in quite crystal clear HD frustration. But Thijs van Wijk has already got an initial good lead. And, well, Van Wijk, let's have a look at the race wins. Round 1, 1 in the final. Round 3, won both races. Round 4, won both races. Round 6, won the pre-final. Round 7, won both races. So consistency in victories has cemented Thijs van Wijk as pretty much our 2024 champion. But there is pride that the drivers behind that they do have. And more to the point, it's about who can put themselves... Oh, that was a late lunge there from Luca van Leer. That allowed Bran van der Weken to get through on Boris Maximov. And Maximov now drops down the order a couple of positions as a direct result. But there are several drivers behind, Adam Vida being one of them. Jake Menton, Jur Valkenars, and Boris Verhaag also in the mix. Number 233 from the Netherlands. As we come through into complete lap number 3. Van Wyk continues to lead the way. Scrabble a little bit further back. I think that might have been Thomas Verheyen through, and Verheyen's up 8. Whoa, hold the phone. Right, 3 drivers have made up at least 16 places as Jake Menton goes wheel to wheel, sidewall to sidewall with Jur Valkenars. Bran van der Beken gets through on Luca van Leer, who touches sidewalls with Boris Maximov down the Europolaan. And Maximov gets through, threads the eye of the needle. That's neatly done at turn 7. So, biggest movers and shakers at the minute. Thomas Verheyen, 18 places from 27th on the grid. Badine Blankenberg, 18 places from 30th on the grid to 12th. Max Sadursky, stone dead last, up 20 places, now runs 14th. As pass through on Days Stevens goes Rocco Kerr, who is sideways under braking into turn number 10. Still a lot to be decided in this race, let me guarantee you of that. Right, Vince Dries has had an unsportsmanlike driving conduct 3-second time penalty thrown his way. Which means there could have been, it's more than likely causing an avoidable collision. Or, as we like to say in the United Kingdom, it's an ABC, advantage by contact. So we have just under 8.5 minutes remaining. And as you can see, blue skies up ahead. Sunshine. Oh, dearie, dearie me. That was the 205 sideways. Philip Hansler getting completely crossed up, under braking, rotates the back axle to the left-hand side, pitches him sideways through turn 10, and nearly comes a cropper. That just goes to show how quickly things can turn on its head. You make one mistake and you get severely punished for it. So 7.5 minutes to go, plus an additional 2 laps. Now, the battle between Van der Beken, Maximov, Van Leer, Vida, they were covered by 7/10. Right, so this is the battle for second on the road. Oh, a little bit of a hip check there from Luca van Leer. And as a result, Adam Vida gets through on Boris Maximov, so that just goes to show how finite the tolerances are when you are trying to make an overtake. There was 6.5 minutes to go. The leader still very much controlling proceedings. And all of the 34 runners and riders are still circulating around the track here at Karting Genk. Now 6 minutes plus an additional 2 laps. To a lot of people might think that's not a lot of time. It feels like an eternity in karting. You know, when you're consistently competing against very stern opposition, as Maximov trying to get through on Vida heading into turn number 9, but there was not an opportunity. I'm not too sure if Maximov didn't have enough purchase coming out of that. Jacob Woods, in the meantime, is battling away with the 298 and the 221. That is Justin Fonk who's got through, but in Blankenberg Well, Woods is ahead of the pair of them, so Justin Fonk has just been attempted to be passed by Bodin Blankenberg, which has that move happened? Yes, it has. It has been confirmed on the live timing. But, right, okay. Oh, dear. 2-1-5. Vince Threes has just been given insult to injury. Not only a 3-second unsportsmanlike conduct penalty for driving, short-cutting the track, a further 8 seconds has just been added to the total race time for the 2-1-5, who currently sits in 21st position, having made up 11 places from the outside of the 16th row on the grid. Now Jake Menton has got a little bit of speed in the 2-3-1 and is trying to close in on Falcon Racing Team's Adam Vida in the 2-6-8. That's for 5th on the road. They've got Boris Verhaag not too far behind. Verhaag has improved. Max Swiderski watch still underway. Oh, and we've got a slowing kart. Who is that? 2-1-1. And that is Jim Back, who was at that point, until slowing down, 15th. So it looks like Jim Back is possibly going to park the kart, maybe. I will just keep an eye on turn number 11. Dave Stevens has dropped down the order. So Dave Stevens, I think, might have called time on the race. Jim Back has carried on. He's all the way down in 28th position. Ahead of Nicky Pluimers. And we also got Oliver Janssen, Jort van Ekelen, Anastasia Tooley, Henry Melchior. So it looks like we have lost Dave Stevens in the 2-8-2 from the Netherlands. We're going to have the greatest weekend in his championship year at Chrono Karting. There is still time for anything. And I say this with the utmost sincerity, that anything can possibly happen. And when you least expect it as well. I've seen drivers lead championships and then an engine failure happens. Or a steering issue happens and the driver's forced to park the car or the kart, depending on which motorsport discipline it is. But every driver comes here to win. Thomas Verhaag looks to have gotten through, or Boris Verhaag looks to have possibly gotten through on Jake Menton. Not quite. There they go through turn number 4. As we are fast running out of time. There is Max Swiderski, I believe, from SLC Karting. Van Vinden, Bodin Blankenberg, and there is the 297, young man from the Netherlands, previous B&L Mini Max champion, and has come through the ringer a little bit. Of course, with some drivers, there is an instant opportunity to gather pace, and more to the point, also gather racecraft rather quickly. For some classes, that transfer does quite literally correlate to what you've been doing before. But then when you go into the more adult categories, let's say Senior Rotax DD2 DD2 Masters, KZ2, KZ2 Masters, you've got to have a very, very different skill set around you. And there is Swiderski. And heads down in towards turn 8. So what will be the last time during normal race time, allocated by the clock, 10 minutes plus 2 additional laps. So 2 laps to go. Thijs van Wijk started exactly where he wanted to leave off from after the semi-final earlier on today. Knew that he wanted that vehicle, knew that he wanted that opportunity. And it's about making opportunity for yourselves. Don't always count on everybody else, but if you have that self-belief, that inner self-confidence, what can you achieve? You know, think of what you can achieve with that. We are coming down to the next tour, being the last tour, the last lap for Junior Rotax for 2024. 1.36 kilometers clockwise with 12 turns to negotiate. It's on to the final lap of the Junior Rotax season. Leads Thijs van Wijk by nearly 1.4 seconds. Head of body, Bran van der Weken. Well, no, it's not Bran van der Weken. Luca van Leer now has moved up into second place. Now starting to defend from well, that's actually Maximov. That's the battle for P3 on the road. My apologies there. And Maximov now white lines it into turn 7. Gets through. And now into turn 8. But our race leader, Thijs van Wijk, making his way down in towards turn number 10 for the final time. But it's side by side, nearly sidewall to sidewall. Maximov gets through on Luca van Leer, but the checkered flag is going to wave out of the final corner. This pretty much confirms it. Van Wijk is your Chrono Karting Junior Champion. Second Van der Weken, third Maximov, fourth Van Leer, Adam Vida, Thomas Verheyen, Jake Menton, Boris Verhaag, Jacob Woods and Jur Valkenals ran at the top 10, and with one of the best comebacks I've seen this season, from last to up 23 spots to finish 11th, Max Swiderski is the junior rookie champion, as Thijs van Wijk gets congratulated by his peers, and the younger brother of Jort now will feel it set in. It will set in even more once he's given his national flag. So Bodine Blankenberg, Rocco Kerr, Justin Fonk, Milan van Weyden, Lars Lambers, Tom Heger, Lieke van Berkel, Duncan Oudsen, Vince Dries, Levi Dries, AJ Bergeraff, Kimi Mai, Philip Hansler, Oliver Janssen, Jim Back, Noorden Engelsman, Sepp ter Horst, Nick Pluimers, Jort van Ekelen and Henry Melchior and Anastasia Tully round out the 33 finishers. Dave Stevens unfortunately retires on lap number 9. We are, however, waiting as, bless her patiently, Gabby van der Burgt from Chrono Karting, the organisation based out of Eindhoven in the Netherlands, an hour and a quarter away from this circuit. Hands Thijs van Wijk, the Dutch national flag, with the members of the media on site taking respective photographs. The only hang on a second. We're waiting for our Junior Max rookie champion. It's a bit of anyone might remember 2009 Monte Carlo Grand Prix. Jenson Button parking it at the, winning that race, and then finding out he would end up running from the end of the pit lane onto the start-finish straight. There's a lot of planning that goes into this, and there's always one spanner in the works. Oh, there we go. So they're going to start them off at 2 different positions as Max Sidursky from SLC Karting will now be handed the Dutch national flag by Gabi van der Burgt, and will then also take part in the traditional chrono karting lap of honour. So let's take you through the starting grid for our final race for Senior Rotax for 2024. Jaden Teen effectively has sewn up the title. He starts from pole position. Sam Bergstein, Devian Ross, Jori Schoens, Julian Kloosman, Mitch Hainert, Noah Janssen, Jort van Wijk, Luca Thiel, Benjamin Van Hees ran at the top 10. And behind them will be the likes of Wood Kirstens, Ralph van der Pavert, Felipe Falk, Craig Knoren, Bram Plomp, Kaz Boshaus, Max Koster, Mike Maastricht, Wesley Eckhart, Siem van Vliet, Jay Zurveld, Kevin Navis, Sven Slagmolen, Dylan Hummel, Kiro Genze, Luca Prima, Mieke van der Pavert, Len Druers, Gwen Bloxhill, and Flynn Fitters. Running at the top 30. And it is going to be Martin Herrera, well, Enzo van den Dickenberg, Martin Herrera, Dominic Shapers, Dante Sima, Enes de Mercaya. And, well, Tommy van der Stroys, let's see, he won't be taking part in this race. He has not crossed the start-finish line. So Tommy van der Stroys So once again, it is going to be 13 minutes plus an additional lap. And we will see who ends up taking the final win of the season. Jaden Teen's run of success. It speaks volumes. Round 1, second in the pre-final, first in the final. Then took a successive run of 6 straight victories. Then a second and a third in round 5. Round 6, finished second in the final, 43 points in the pre-final. Circuit Park Berghem, well, not exactly the best round of the championship season, but with enough points on the board, he pretty much wrapped up the title before we got to this point. So it is Jaden Teen versus Sam Bergstein on the front row of the grid. 359 versus 319. As we do not go green, we go round for another tour of the 1,360 metre circuit here at the Home of Champions. And after this, we will have 3 more races remaining to close out the 2024 Dutch Rotax and KZ2 Championship, powered by Chrono Karting. A big thank you to every... Look at the grandstand. That's brilliant. I love this sense of anticipation, waiting with bated breath. Tension so high. But it is going to come down to who wants it the most in this final win of the season. I know for a fact that Jaden Teen will want to make sure he gets the perfect way to close off the season. Right then, lights on at the gantry. Here we go. They split into the tram lines. Second time of asking. The senior Rotax final race of the season is underway. And a good start from Jaden Teen. But, oh, that's Mitch Haynert. And that's Devian Ross. They've come together on the run to turn 2 on the opening lap. And drama has already struck. So both drivers will not have wanted their race to have ended that way. However, that's part and parcel of the sport that we love, the sports that we have so much passion and motivation to either compete in or be a part of as an individual. Oh dear. That was Kirill Genza off the circuit at turn 7. Oh dear. We get past one corner, it's fine. We go through another corner, something happens. So that was the 360 Flynn Fitters. And we've still got yellows out at Marshall Post 1, which have now been retracted. I don't know what to say. It's like, oh yeah, I can do this better. Dives up the inside, wallop. Another thing happens, someone gets turned around. Carts get scattered like wildlife. However, real big battle happening long, one of which is an SP Motorsport kart. I'm not too sure if that may be Noah Janssen, but there has been a change a little bit further back into turn number 12. Meantime, Jaden Teen is finding it tough to get away from a certain Sam Bergstein in terms of the race lead. And Jaden Teen looking over his right shoulder as if to say, no, Sam, I don't want you here. And more to the point, it's a case of Sam Bergstein now is bringing in Julian Klausmann. We've also got Jori Schoens, Luca Thiel, Noah Janssen, Benjamin Van Hees. Look at the peloton going through turn number 10. That is a line of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 carts. So someone else has just made a move up the inside as Julian Klausmann closing in on our second place driver, Sam Bergstein, with Jaden Teen rounding out the front end of the field. He's effectively on the de facto top step. And more to the point, Jaden Teen needs to white line it. In other words, hold his line, don't move from his current trajectory. So effectively, don't give a big barn door style opening for a certain Sam Bergstein to get through on. Because as the late great Murray Walker once said, chasing is one thing, passing is something completely different. And Jaden Teen is showing to Sam Bergstein, yeah, you want it, come get it. And now through, Bergstein goes. As front axle up and in the air for Jaden Teen, whilst defending from Julian Klausmann coming out of turn number 2. And more to the point, Klausmann is staying within earshot. He has got Teen in the crosshairs, but Teen gets through on Bergstein, through at turn number 7. Makes the move stick. Klausmann uses the curbing. It bumps the back axle into the air. And now there is, it's a quintet at the front end, courtesy of Jori Schoens in 5th and Luca Thiel, who rounds out the top 4. The septet's going to be appearing shortly, courtesy of Benjamin Van Hees and Wout Kirstens. The top 7 after 5 laps of racing, covered by 1.5 seconds. But in the meantime, Bergstein loses a couple of places. So Klausmann got through. Luca Thiel got through. Bergstein now in 4th, defending from, that will be the 3-4-0 of Benjamin Van Hees, who gets through. Cutback attempt through turn 9 from Sam Bergstein, who points to Benjamin Van Hees and says, stop fighting me. We still have 7.5 minutes to go, plus the 2 additional laps in this race. And what Sam Bergstein does not want to have happen is the fact that he could be between a rock and a hard place. He wants that win. Jaden Teen wants to close off the season with a win. It's unstoppable force versus immovable object. And more to the point, when you have one driver that has been on a winning spree. 377 is off the circuit. And that is Sven Slagmoller, whose season finishes right there off of turn number 4. Becoming the 5th DNF of the race. Mitch Haynert and Devian Ross out on lap 2. Out at turn 2, opening lap. Dominic Shepherd's out. Lap 1. Kevin Navis out. Lap 2. And now on lap 6. That is it for Sven Slagmoller as Julian Klausmann puts the pen to paper and fires it up the inside of Jaden Teen through at turn number 2. Nevertheless, there is still battling behind. Luca Thiel now coming into the battle for the race lead and the potential win. Jaden Teen will not want that to happen. So he's going to try his damnedest. Oh, that's the 3:03 off the circuit. 303. Let's have a look. 303. Len Druers from Germany, unfortunately out. As we still have 5 minutes and 40 plus an additional 2 laps still to go. As a bit of a slight hit from behind on the back bumper of the 319 of Sam Bergstein. That was the 340 of Bran van der Beken. Sorry, not Bran van der Beken, Benjamin Van Hees. Sorry, Bran, my apologies there. But now Lucatiel gets through on the 373. That is a change for second. And now they are starting to squabble. This could allow Jaden Teen to pull away into the background. There's going to be a little bit of a delay between this race and the next one, because we will have some clear up after the traditional lap of honour. Jaden Teen has done exactly what he's needed to do. Be in the right place, right time, and strike whilst the iron is hot. Well, Sam Bergstein has managed to get through on Benjamin Van Hees. Lucatiel in second. Jaden Teen is 1.4 seconds up the road from him. So 4 minutes plus 2 additional laps. Is there going to be an opportunity where we see someone go for championship honours? Not necessarily the top. That was the 378 going off. Felipe Falk, who was running 12th at that point. Mika van der Pava up 10 places. Enes Dimitrieva from 35th, now up to 21st. Oh, and that is a kart that is backwards. Steam coming off of the front end of the chassis. And that, I fear, could be Flynn Fitters. Another driver getting caught out, so yellow flags. So coming up to 2 3/4 minutes plus an additional 2 laps. Jaden Teen looking to solidify his knowledge and also his power by the way he goes along with his business and gets the job done out on track. Lucatiel. And still these battles carry on right up until the last race of the season, right up until the last checkered flag. Now it's going to change again. Lucatiel gets through on Sam Bergstein. Oh, sideways there for Benjamin Van Hees. Noah Janssen touches the grass with the right rear wheel. But the peloton way back from our leader, Jaden Teen, is leading by probably the best part of 3,000 years. There's just so much that goes on into all these superstitions and beliefs that people have, but that's not what we're here about. We're about this. We're about the sport on our screens at the moment. So the time is fast running out. 35 seconds on the timer still to go. So next time around, our leader is about to come out of this lap. So the time now expired. It's going to be whatever's left of this particular lap and then going on to home number 2. The Jaden team making good his intentions. Decided, like this weekend, I'm going to do so we're fast running out of corners, fast running out of laps. 2 to go as they come out of the final corner across the stripe one more time. Fastest lap of the race, Jod van Wijk in 5th, 54.520. And there has been a change a little bit further up. And Luca Thiel, I think, might nearly be outfoxed here. Is he going to brake later? On that particular occasion, he decided discretion being the better part of valor. So, final lap of the season is underway. Jaden Teen has a comfortable nearly 3.4 second advantage over Julian Klossman. Luca Thiel, Sam Bergstein, Jod van Wijk, Benjamin von Hees, Noor Janssen, Ralph van der Pavet, Jordi Schoens and Luc Kirstens round out the top 10. And Bergstein, oh no, that's not how you wanted the race to end. 4-5, barreling into turn number 7. And I think it was Jod van Wijk that got caught out. He ended up going straight on. Well, no, it was Luca Thiel that ended up straight on. Jod van Wijk, I think, ended up backwards as they all came into contact. But Jaden Teen rounds off what has been his most successful season in his career. And there is the 359 from Susteren, becomes the 2024 Chrono Karting Senior Rotax champion. Wout Kirstens, Bram Plomp, Felipe Falk, Luca Thiel, Max Costa, Jay Zurveld, Siem van Vliet, Kaz Boshuis, Luca Prima, Enes Denmarkaya, Martin Herrera, Dylan Hummel, Wesley Eckhart, Enzo van den Dickenberg, Dante Sima, Mike Mercier, and Gwen Bloxhill rounding out the 28 finishers. Flynn Fitters and Len Drews retired on laps 9 and 7 respectively, ahead of Kevin Navis, Dominic Shapers, Devian Rost and Mitch Haynett, with the latter two taking each other out. And that really rounds that up. So enjoy the rest of our coverage, as very shortly we're going to be seeing Jaden Teen take his role of honour as our 2024 Chrono Karting Senior Rotax champion. Well, it comes down to 2 more titles to be decided as we head into the final for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Rejoining myself, Alex Goldschmidt, in the commentary box for the last 3 races of the championship season. Welcome back to the booth, Briefeld. We've got 2 great opportunities for 2 new champions to be crowned, and here is your starting grid. Imke Arts and Zem Knopfjes start up on the front row. Axel Hoos, out of the title fight for DD2, will line up on the inside of row number 2, joined by Luca Neuenhausen. Kian de Brandt and Nicolas Guillaume round out the top 3 rows. Arts, Knopfjes and Guillaume in with a shout. 7 points separate them going into the final race of the championship season, which is very, very exciting. Lewis Koch, Mark van der Kamp, Vincent van Kerkhofer and Bennett Demler round at the top 10. Christoph Adams starts pole position on the inside of row number 6 in 11th and will be joined by Mark Schumann, who I had a quick chat to. He said, I got properly punted 2 or 3 times going into turn 3. Wim Rouleau, one of the 2 drivers, has the opportunity to become DD2 Masters champion, and he'll be joined by Malte Schlatterer. Then we got Jan Eckstein and Dominic Hummels, Brett Ottes, Rick van der Start, Ton van Weert, Niels Burla, Thierry Vermeulen and Maurice Knopfjes round out the 22-strong grid. So, yep, let's have a look at how things are going to be standing at the moment. Sam Knopfjes goes in, 670 points. Nicolas Guillaume, he's got the number of the devil alongside him, 666 points. That's a number that if Christoph Adams would run, he would run it, 100% guaranteed. And Imke Arts sees the top 3 covered by 7 points, 663 points. Wim Rouleau, 646, plays 643 to Niels Burla. So Wim Rouleau has to win, well, has to finish ahead of Niels Burla. But the most important thing is that Imke Arts needs to win this race. She's already had victories
changes right now, but maybe, we'll see.
Yeah, it is going to come down to the final few moments of this race. And, well, now it's got to be a case of, okay, Zem Knopfjes in second will take the title by 4 points. 4 points, folks. But now it's got to be the case. I'm really, really worried now for Knopfjes and for Guillaume. At the minute, Wim Hulo is pretty much on course to taking the championship title in 2024. Can't remember who it was last year. I mean, obviously, my first year of the championship. Trying to look back through history, of course. Mike van Vugt, a good friend of ours, multi-time junior champion. I think even Kai Gelos even won this championship, didn't he, at one point?
Yes, in 2022, when we were both running in seniors, he became first and I became second in the championship.
Right, okay. There's going to be 3 laps to go, and now the squabble starts. Handbags at dawn. Oh. Here we go. Guillaume up the backside of Knopfjes and gets through. Bump and run, in the words of Australian supercars.
Oh, and he's losing out big time here. I think this can really play a role in the championship. Even Goes going past. Guillaume Brandt on the outside. Oh, he's losing a lot of places here. This can really shuffle things up.
This means... Right, okay. Let's have a look at this. So 663, 718 points. 7-1. Oh, right, okay. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Knopfjes in a traffic jam, and he's... Oh, I cannot believe it. Sam Knopfjes. I think that has caused it to be the title. Well, the thing is, it depends on the drop score. Now, Knopfjes' worst score was a 41. Now, I'm going to have a look through here. Right, okay. If okay. So if we go to count back, Imke Arts, 1, 2, 3, 4 wins. Guillaume, 1, 2. It won't be enough. If it goes level on points between Nicolas Guillaume and Imke Arts, Arts on count back, on victories alone, takes the title. How about that for a development? It goes level on points and one driver wins because they've won more races this season. And Guillaume has had his fair share of ups and downs. Knopfjes, it's come at the worst time.
I really think this is going to escalate a bit. We see now, after this, we're going to go calculate it with the scrap points, I think, still. But this might really, really change it. Really under fire now, Knopfjes still. Oh, I think this is not the race he had in sight.
No, I'm going to have a look. So, 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45. Okay.
Oh, wait, he's got... Oh, big one.
No, that's a big incident. And luckily enough, that was into Marshall post number 1. Yellow flags, and driver hits the barriers. I'm wondering who that was.
It was an SP Motorsport card, I think.
Oh, don't tell me it was either Thierry Vermeulen or Luca Neuenhausen. I'm not too sure, but the thing is, we're on the final lap. We're going to wait to see what happens, but through all the drama over the last 3 laps, picking up the double win when it matters the most, out of the final corner, Imke Arts victorious here at the home of champions. Well, now, one thing we have to wait for. One thing we have to wait for, if Gabi van der Burgt points at Imke Arts, that's the person that gets the lap of honour. So at the moment, until we see that take place, I think Imke's thinking about it now.
Yeah, definitely. All the thoughts running through her mind. Now the relief of that the race has ended. In the end, that means she got a pretty relaxing few laps, having 4 seconds of being ahead of her competitors.
Okay, right. So let's take you through the provisional results. Imke Arts wins by 3.6 seconds. Ahead of Nicolas Guillaume. Vincent van Kerkhoven takes P3. Zem Knopfjes, Louis Koch, Axel Hoes, Luca Neuenhausen, Mark van der Kamp, Kian de Brandt, Jan Eckstein, Christoph Adams, Mark Schupman, Okay, so I'm just seeing that Nicolas Guillaume and Zem Knopfius are at the pit lane. Now, I'm wondering, this is going to be the interesting one, folks, because we have had it where Max Sadursky had to come back through the entrance to the pit lane, come out via the dummy grid. I think Wim Rouleau has picked up the title. He's already parked up, so he has pretty much taken the title. I think that might have been Thierry Vermeulen, judging by the hairstyle I just spotted, bottom right in shot. But we are just waiting. So Wim Rouleau is celebrating. He knows he's champion for 2024, so well done to him. So we are just awaiting. Apologies for the sound difficulties. The good thing is that this race will be up in full on the Chrono Karting YouTube channel, uploaded with sound. So we are just... So Gabi is waiting for the information from Martin, from our timekeeping team here at Karting Genk. So all I can say is we are waiting to see. I'm not sure. I don't want to say who it is, because the recovery vehicle is now making its way onto the circuit, and they've quickly rearranged Marshall post one. But you know what? Myself and Yacht, we're going to take a breather for a minute after what was a dramatic DD2 and DD2 Masters grand finale here for the final round of the championship, and we'll be back with you for the KZ2 Master finale coming up next. It's quite a seminal moment. It's the penultimate race of the 2024 Dutch KZ2 Masters Championship, powered by Chrono Karting. It's the season finale, the final. Let's take you through the starting grid. Jeroen Bos and Glenn van den Hoek.
Oh, we already have somebody off the track.
Oh, dearie me. Please don't tell me that's a back axle or engine seized already. Well, they're lifting up the back of the kart. That was the 156. Mike Hendricks on the Kart Republic chassis. So I'll start again, shall I? Mike, how dare you? No, I could be a rude pain in the backside right about now, but I'm not going to be doing that. Right, Jeroen Bos and Glenn van den Hoek lead the way on the front row. Bos on pole. Neki Borgeni and Wesley de Waal on row number 2. William van der Kay and Marcel Ernst, row 3. Thierry de Jong and Anders Elkier on row 4 with Edgar Oosting and Mike Hendricks running at the top 10. Davide Caruso, Max Tobben, Sven Heijer, Bas Schulten, Martin Versteeg, Mark Verhoeven, Niels Koster, Sebastian Holder, Christian Primke, Bas Steen, Mick Bertram, Yannick Kureinen. Then we got Benjamin Evert, Gert van den Brink and Benno Ridder. So, Mr. Briefeld, please give us an update on the scores between the top 2 in the championship standings.
Well, it seems that Glenn van den Hoek has moved up to the first place in the championship by just a margin of 3 points over Wesley de Waal. So it's a small margin, but there was a change in position there, and we might see a change in position again this race.
Yes.
So yeah, it's definitely gonna go down to the line, I think.
Down to the line. It's the final countdown, as Europe once sang, and it's going to come down to the wire, folks. 13 minutes plus 2 additional laps. And you know what? I mean, when I because if I remember, wasn't it PSL Karting? You went over to Supernats last year for, of course.
Yeah.
Supernats takes place in about what, a couple of weeks' time. I take it you're going to be watching the stream.
Definitely.
But of course, Kate, shifter class, you know, when you have the likes of, you know, like say Davide Fore, who's an absolute legend in this sport, multi-time world champion, had that great battle at Wackersdorf the other year when the FIA decided to bring in KZ2 Masters as a European and a World Championship event. Mm-hmm. This is what I love about how brutal KZ2 really is. I sound a bit like a masochist, really, but it's the purest, most extreme, most difficult skill of karting in terms of mastering it, because you're effective. It's the formula. Forget the supercars that can do 235, 240 kilometers an hour and have more bodywork, but this is the true, like, Formula 1 of karting, isn't it?
Yeah, really, and I mean it's just a great class to be on top of the karting and provide also like the changing step between kart racing and car racing. So just all around, it's a great class, and you learn many great skills that you will probably need in your later racing career in cars. So yeah, just many things to learn here.
This is what I love. You see that grandstand fill up. Right, 25 drivers ready to go into battle as they get themselves steeled and ready. Wheeling from back to front. Oh, someone's pushed back into their grid position. So, let's wait for it. Green flag waves at the back. Drivers instructed to look for the lights. Here we go. Ready, set, get going. And a good start from Jeroen Bos. Good start by Glenn van den Hoek. Wesley de Waal still holding on to 4th position, but they've got to navigate this opening couple of corners very, very nicely indeed. It's getting a bit of a pinch. Oh, Sven Heijer accelerating out of turn 4, locks the kart sideways to the right on the rear axle. As it's going to be, oh no, that's like a move in a traffic jam, using the hard shoulder to get through when you're not allowed to use it. And it's like a bare knuckle boxing match. Everyone's just going in there, full guns blazing. But at the moment, Jeroen Bos looking for a double victory. Glenn van den Hoek looking for the championship title. De Waal has got, I think that is possibly William van der Kay behind him. I think it was 104 o'clock. clapped an eye on a number, but after the opening lap, Jeroen Bos leads, Glenn van den Hoek, Marcel Ernst, Wesley de Waal, Anders Elkier. It was the 194 that got through. So a good start early doors from Glenn van den Hoek, but Wesley de Waal, you said this in the pre-final. Yep. He's got to give it. He's got to give it the berries. He's got to give it everything.
Yeah, he's really trying to make those 2 positions. He's now behind Glenn van den Hoek. He's really going to try to pass him. I mean, it's not only for a podium in this final race, but it's also like for the entire championship. So he's wanting to finish this year on a high, definitely.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, the main thing is that with regards to Wesley de Waal, he went on an absolute tear. Of course, dominated at Kerpen when we first jumped into the commentary box together this season. But Van den Hoek now starting to put the feelers out. That was William van der Kai going, "Oi, don't do that to me through the final corner." There you go, bump. But it is about these. You said about the curbs. You said about the sort of like the edges or the flaps, as you said, where we would normally say probably like say sausage curbs. You've got these additional flaps that can. Effectively, what they are, folks, is just like a deterrent, like the cones that we see there at the chicane, of saying to people, you knock one of these over, we will know who it is because we'll have seen it. And oh, someone's running slow. That is the 102. That is Edgar Oosting. Oh dear. And yeah, I actually did see.
Oh, we have a move for 4th place. That means Wesley de Waal drops back to 5th right now.
So
as Max Stubbe moves up to 4th.
Okay, so at the moment, Glenn van den Hoek will be on, 668 points. You add 52 to that. That puts him on 720. Wesley de Waal is on 665. And that is 48 points for him. Oh, God. Oh, my goodness me. Goldschmidt, what are you doing? 713. 713 points. That'll put him on 7 points behind. So what needs to happen is that for Wesley de Waal to win this, he either he needs to be level on points with Glenn van den Hoek, or he needs van den Hoek to finish 5th or lower, and he's got it. But the key differentiator here is that Wesley de Waal needs to win. No ifs, no buts. He needs to win.
Yeah, that's going to be really difficult, especially as Jeroen Bos really found the pace right now. Last lap clocking in a 54.1, the fastest lap yet. So it's going to be a difficult one for Wesley de Waal right now.
It really, really is. And more to the point, how difficult is it going to be over the next 8.5 minutes? Someone was a bit slow coming out of turn number 9. That was a CRG. That was the 122. Niels Koster from the Netherlands. But still, I think Glenn van den Hoek has, in my honest opinion here, Job, I think Van den Hoek has done exactly the right strategy game. Don't go all guns blazing and go for it. Get yourself comfortable. Get yourself in a rhythm and don't take chances.
Exactly, and that's also where winning a championship is all about. Just being consistent, and in the last race, don't take too many risks and just finish on the position you need. He has been in P2 for this entire race, and I think he has a good chance to finish on P2 this race, and that's just all you need to do right now.
And at the moment, we've got still over 230 people watching at the minute, so thank you so much for everyone that has been with us all the way through the day. A big thank you to Camp Company GmbH for providing the live stream coverage this season, along with the live timing. So a big thank you to Mark Wagner and his crew, including Victor and Gita, who are running the live stream this weekend. But Jeroen Bos, well, he's doing exactly what he needs to do. He went, okay, you know what? I might not be in the hunt for the championship, but a double victory sounds pretty good right about now.
Yeah, I mean, he's really found the pace, just improving his lap time lap by lap. Now clocking in a 53.6, again, the fastest lap yet. So I think he has settled pretty nicely right now.
Yeah, and well, Wesley Duval went on a 7 race win streak before it all coming undone. And well, Jeroen Bos leads, and that lead looks to be expanding ever still. I think Glenn Vandenhoek, all he needs to do, if the likes of Marcel Ernst, who's got Sven Colling saying, yeah, let's go Marcel. Good to see that a lot of you have been in the chat over the course of the season. We thank every single one of you for taking part, of course. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel. Of course, if you do want to put a comment in the chat, please make it PC. Otherwise it will be moderated. I do have moderation access, so I will delete the comments at will. And whether I think it's appropriate or not, so no rude behaviour. I'm warning you, this is not Big Brother. But it really has been an absolute joy for everybody, and myself included, actually, to chivvy you up and say, come up into the commentary box, and here we are doing the final round of the final couple of races of the championship season. It's a nice little feeling. Rather than me talking about you, I'm talking with you about somebody else.
Yeah, it's great, and once again, thank you for the invitation here, and it's just been great to commentate the race with you.
Yes, indeed. So we are down to the final 5.5 minutes, and Glenn Vandenhoek is playing it safe. Now, Wesley Duval will know that the timer is counting down, and effectively, what he needs to do, as I said earlier, he needs to win this race. No ifs or buts. And I think probably his misjudgment at Delanza. Oh, right, okay. Who we just had go off? 196. Sebastian Wolver from Germany. So that'll bring the yellow flags out at Marshall Post 2. And the green flag at Marshall Post 3. Snow overtaking. Wesley Duval was looking there on Max Tubben. He knows he can't get through at this point. Nicky Berheni is just behind. William van der Kay is also there. Thierry de Jong, who I remember quite famously, I said to him, he's like a thief in the middle of the night. We were discussing that this morning at warm-up, and he went, yeah, I still remember when I managed to do a number on Carl Klebor coming through the final corner. And he went, yeah, Thierry de Jong like a thief in the middle of the night. And then it went viral because he posted it on Bleeding Instagram. That's where and if people say to me, why don't you use TikTok? I ended up deleting my account, really. Basically because the fact, for me, I didn't find it to be a platform for me, personally. You know, we all use social media, folks.
Ooh,
but
Wesley Duval keeps looking for a move up the inside, going into the first corner. Just did not manage to make it. However, he's really close, and he's pushing a lot to close the gap. And I think he has the pace to get back at Max Tubben right now.
Well, the good thing is he's saving fuel in some respects, because obviously even in karting you have the aerodynamic punching the hole through the dirty air, which is what we've got with Max Tubben at the moment, and he's slightly taller than Wesley Duval. So Duval has, okay, yeah, the Birolot that he's running will have a little bit of rear end instability, but, and if people says, well, karting doesn't have any aerodynamics. What do you mean it doesn't have aerodynamics? I mean, we've got, you know, all the manufacturers are coming out with new products for 2025 with revised aerodynamics, especially with the Nassau panels and the front bumpers. But again, like you say, he's trying to close in. But I think Duval is, I don't want to say the word hesitant. I think it's just like he's just trying to make sure that he doesn't do wrong by Max Tubben by forcing a move, doing a Danny Rick, and it all goes horribly wrong. He found that out at round 6 at the Lanzard at turn 2 early in the final, which meant that Glenn Vandenhoek was able to capitalise. And now, here we go. Wesley Duval up the inside, Max Tubben trying to fight back, And then that brings in Neki Burheni. Now, obviously, Neki Burheni at Kerpen was a little bit of a magnet for unfortunate incidents that he was involved in, especially going down into turn number 2, which we both saw. And Burheni unable to get through, but I think it's a little bit too late for Wesley de Waal now. And Glenn Vandenhoek is on his 1 hand away, or 1.5 minutes plus change, plus 2 laps away from going home champion.
Yeah, I think Wesley really needs to rely on maybe a big mistake from Glenn right now, because otherwise I really don't see him overtaking in the championship and on track. It's going to be a difficult job, but I mean, seeing the chaos of the races today, anything can happen still in the last 1.5 minutes. So
yes, I've the amount of stories, if these wolves had ears, my friend. But yeah, like you say, it's just about picking your spots. And I mean, we're now going to see what the differential in... Yeah, I mean, Wesley de Waal is 2.7 seconds back. And with a minute and 2 laps to go, and that's 4 laps, folks, realistically, Wesley de Waal may now be kicking himself, saying maybe he'll look back at this season, and obviously he's had, but he was trying to get, well, that was William van der Kai trying to go through on Neki Burheni. Burheni's just opened the door and then slams it shut in van der Kai's face through turn 8. That was a good bit of driving there, but Van der Kai nearly had a cut. Oh, Sven Heyer is right up his rear trumpet. Thierry de Jong's not too far away from that either. So that's the battle for 7th place. So we've got 3 laps to go. Van der Kai nearly had a code brown there, courtesy of Sven Heyer, through turn 10.
Yeah, and his bumper laying pretty much on the ground. So I think that indicates a nose cone penalty. Oh, and Burhen is out. Burhen is out. I think that might be an engine seizure.
Yeah, you can see the steam rising from the tyres. Yeah, that will have locked the back, well, pretty much seized, and it has been the case before. Sven Heyer, I remember actually winning a race earlier on here at Genk, and he came through out across the line, back axle seized the engine, and spun him 180 off onto the grass. But now the time has expired. Jeroen Bos has done everything right. He's not put a foot wrong. It's going to be a double victory. But Vandenhoek is now going to be 2 laps away. That's 2.72 kilometres. That's a total of 24 turns around a clockwise circuit. Vandenhoek now can probably think, I can breathe a little sigh of relief right now, because I know that I'm comfortable. I'm not having to put myself under undue pressure. And as you said, yes, there will be in the back of the mind, I thought about a championship, but it will be a case of when Glenn Vandenhoek crosses that line and his mechanic goes like, you did it, because they knew what exactly had to happen. Vandenhoek needed to finish ahead of de Waal, and that is on course for happening with about probably about 1,750 metres to go in the penultimate race of the championship year.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's gonna feel the emotions starting to come in when he gets into the last section of the last lap. So yeah, I think a pretty consistent race of Glenn. He just did what he had to do, stayed in 2nd position all race. By the way, mega pace from Jeroen Bos. Still clocking in mid 53s, being quite a bit faster than the other competitors. But yeah, he's got a nice gap right now.
Yeah. Oh, Gert van den Brink has just dropped down to 21st and could be out. Jeroen Bos, last 3 laps, 53.886, 53.686, 53.727. As the 198 for SP Motorsport does a cheeky wave to the grandstand. And it's going to be a double victory for the 198 from the Netherlands. Jeroen Bos, out of the final corner, will take the win. But by my provisional calculations, I think he's done it. Vandenhoek celebrates. He's champion in 2024.
Mega job from Glenn. I think, of course, everything is still provisional, but he did a good job this race, and you see now the happiness, opening his visor and letting the emotion out. Yeah, it's nice to finish off a season like this.
There's when Gabby points to him, there is something very, very special. This means a lot to the Van den Hoek family, including his grandfather, his late grandfather, who was part of the, who ran the KRB club, previous organiser within Dutch karting. And you can see how much it means. So, so great to see everybody congratulating. Of course, you've got to put your heart out there for Wesley de Waal. He fought all the way, did not give up until the checkered flag. But this is what karting means to all of us, folks. One person doing the business. That's brilliant. That was the 122 of Niels Koster. And you can just see that this is Glenn van den Hoek's moment of soaking it in. It means so much to him personally to be able to be a Dutch national KZ2 champion and celebrating. That's Benno Ridder with the, I think, the award for biggest high vis of the year. But now it really sinks in. It really sinks in. Glenn van den Hoek has done the business. Jeroen Bos takes the double victory. Glenn van den Hoek celebrates. The man from Thijssen Motorsport takes the title in 2024. And now, there we go. The donuts are ahoy. This is one of the lovely things about celebrating in KZ2. And I hopefully, he's going to have to push start it again. Well done. And there you see the sheer acceleration, 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in less than a Porsche 911 GT3 RS. And now here comes a very, very special flag being presented by Chrono Karting's Gabby van der Burgt to Glenn van den Hoek, a deserving 2024 champion. We'll leave Glenn to have his moments in the sunlight, and also remembering the memory of his late grandfather with this wonderful special flag, and a picture of his granddad is on there. We will be back very soon for the last race of the championship season, the KZ2 season finale. Now we come down to the final race of the 2024 Chrono Karting season. It's KZ2, it's the season finale, the last race out of what has been an 8-month and 1-week journey as we started back on February the 25th, 2024, right at this very circuit. So, Thomas Cypers and Bob Plug round out the front row of the grid with Cypers on pole having won the pre-final. Jens Tur, one step away from a 2024 title, will be joined by Renzo Alibax on row number 2. And I remember them battling in juniors. Now we get to see it in KZ2. Christian De Klein and Enzo Bol on row 3. Daniel Stell and Kevin Stehauer, row 4. Dirk van Sifthout and Robin Glirum, the other driver that is still in with a chance of the championship. They ran at the top 10. Dominic Reuters, Len Nys, Tim Verelst, Fahin Mega, Rob Lucassen, Frederick Zebis, Oscar Steinbach, Jeffrey Fixer, Dan Zopfi, Jelle Tebuma, Rick Mewis, Jori Molema, Matthew Vandenbroek, Christopher Zaxer, Nigel Hendricks, Erik Angenint, Jaden Teen, Drake Jansen and Daniel Tenbach. 10 points separating our top 2 in the championship. Job Briefeld, what a way to close out the season. Another title to decide. And more importantly, it's out on track.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Treur and Glirum have both been fast this season. Glirum now starting a little bit further down the order, but yeah, I'm wondering what he can offer to fight for a championship right now.
Yeah, exactly. So 10 points, meaning that if, well, looking at it from this perspective, Robin Glirum needs to finish ahead by 10 points. So he needs Jens to finish lower than 8th to take the title. But Glirum has to win on the road. Of course, Quinn Winkel, last year's outgoing champion, did the donut display. I remember seeing the Chrono Karting after movie. And what a wonderful setting we've got here. The grandstand absolutely packed. Again, I'm looking forward to seeing if Jaden Teen doesn't have any gremlins this time, how far he could rocket up the order, especially when we saw how difficult his first ever proper race start in race weekend conditions, and considering him and Dimitar Lazarov are the only 2 drivers out of 177 that have done double duty this weekend. So it's one thing to go out there, win your title in seniors, and then go, right, I'm in the piranha pen now.
Yeah, and of course it's difficult starting in KZ and doing the 2 classes at the same time. Well, I think that seems to be, I think that's Nigel Hendricks who has just parked it already in a formation lab.
Yeah, due to start 25th. That's a shame for him. So we're down to 28 before we've even got things underway. But, folks, I'm going to give this young man to my left-hand side the honour of taking us through the start. So over to you, Job Briefeld, for the start of the KZ2 final here for round 8.
Cyphers and Ploeg now lining up on the first row, warming up the tires just before they arrive in the corridor. I think it's going to be an exciting race. We have a nice field of drivers, many drivers also, and I think in the top 10 we have quite a few competitors for the podium. So, revving up their engines still. Team now also entering the corridor. I indeed wonder what's he gonna achieve. I mean, he has great speed, and I think he can go up the order quite a bit.
That is going to be an interesting prospect, but yeah, I'm looking forward to the lights going out here, buddy.
There they go, the green flag waves, which means the lights are about to come on. Revving up for the season finale, and it's lights out and away they go. It's a really good start from Ploeg, going right up alongside Cyphers. Bit of mayhem in the midfield.
Oh! One cart's got 3 wheels on its wagon.
It's lost its wheels, and unfortunately Christian de Klein is the victim of that also, who got taken out.
214 in that.
I think that's a Renzo Ali box.
And it was the right front. Oh, the right front came adrift.
Oh, that's a pity. That's a shame. Also for de Klein, who was one of the biggest gainers in the pre-final, actually.
Yeah, he was. He was down in 25th after qualifying and getting a 3-second time penalty for a second official warning.
And it's Daniel still in the 2nd place, going from 7th place on the grid, overtaking 5 other drivers. Treur now in 3rd, Kevin Stehauer in 4th.
Enzo Bol rounding out the top 5 now in the 255. He's got, I think, probably Robin Glirum up his exhaust pipe at the moment, but look at the lead from Thomas Cypers. That is immense after the opening lap, 1.3 seconds.
Oh, Glirum going up alongside Kevin Stehauer, almost passing Enzo Bol in the meantime. Bol now passed Stehauer also. I think this can be pretty interesting for the championship, because Glirum is getting close to Treur.
Yeah, so Renzo Alibak's 3 wheels on the wagon, the right front parting company from the stub axle, I'm afraid. It would have been even worse if it was a rear tyre. Rear LeConte rather than the front right. So yeah, maybe, I mean, the thing is that yeah, you can tighten everything up like through the nuts, the bolts, the washers, but an impact can dislodge them very, very quickly, especially with how delicate these karts are, especially with the tie rod, the track rod, the steering, because you haven't in, like, say, a traditional, let's say, GT4 car, you've got a traditional car-based steering rack. In this, all you've got is a lever system. So when you turn it right, the lever activates the right side, and thereby making sure it's nuts and bolts, folks. That's what it is. It's nuts and bolts. But at the moment, Jens Treur currently sitting in 3rd. Robin Glirum now up into 5th behind Enzo Bol. So it's got to be one, well, it's only going to be one of one thing. One of those drivers hits trouble, the other one gets the title. Guaranteed. If there's a mechanical failure, then that is the only way, or an incident. Those are the only 2 ways that I see this panning out. And in the minute, Jens Treur in 3rd place on the Falcon chassis has got the advantage at the moment. Glirum is only 2 places behind him. Okay, that pretty much puts the gap maybe down to 8 points between them.
I think so, yes. And also one thing to keep in mind is that both drivers have pretty much used their scrap results already, as they scored low in 2 races.
Well, Glirum got 2 zeros because he didn't take part in round 3 at Marienborg.
So like any disaster that strikes, it can be fatal, because they can't scrap it. So I think that will be quite exciting to see how this race unfolds.
Okay, right, so I'm going to start doing the calculations. Bear with me, folks. So Jens Treur, 6.43.
Oh, and we have a move up the inside from Tim Verels, who threw a dummy move going into the canteen corner.
Running the old DAP livery as well. Of course, DAP run by, well...
Oh, and we have Bol going up the inside of Treur.
Okay.
Glirum and Treur now behind each other. Okay, now it's really going to unfold.
So now, 6.43 plays 6.33. So, first is 55, second is 52, third is 50. Treur now down into 4th. That puts him on 49 points. So that puts him on 6.92. Robin Glirum, 48 points. That puts him...
Glirum up the inside of Treur.
Okay, so that now puts it 6.91, 6.82. 9 points. 9 points is the differential. And I'm just going to put this out here, folks. I don't think either of them are safe because... Oh, I just heard a very, very noisy exhaust.
I think someone's exhaust has come off.
Yeah, that was Tim for Elst. He's just parked it.
Oh, no.
Tim for Elst has just parked at the DAP.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, so as I was saying, DAP, the factory team had Ayrton Senna da Silva and Terry Fullerton on their squad in the mid to late 1970s. Had the pleasure of interviewing Terry for Karting magazine a few years ago on a Senna anniversary edition. So yeah, Tim for Elst, I think someone ended up mounting the back of his kart, and he was making really, really good progress. So he's out, Hendricks out, Alibak's out. Decline is about 9.7 seconds behind Matthew van den Broek.
And in the meantime, Stel has closed the gap by almost a second to Cyphers.
And here it is. Oh, there we go. Glerum tries for the switchback, and he robustly goes through on Kevin Steyauer. Oh my goodness me. All I'm going to say is, who's got which handbag? Who's got the Louis Vuitton? Who's got the Gianni Versace handbag between these two? Because, yes, it is a regular thing that us British commentators say, handbags at dawn when you know that there's a title up for grabs. But Cypers and Stel have run away with this. Boll might be able to catch them. I mean, we both know Enzo very, very well anyway. And when he's on his A game, you cannot stop him for toffee.
Yeah, now he has created a bit of a gap behind him. I think he can now focus on just driving his laps and trying to close the gap between the two leaders in the race, who might start fighting it out soon, which can give the opportunity to other competitors to come pretty close to the leading position.
So looking, okay, right, I'm going to roll off a list here. Behind Jens Ter in 4th and Robin Glerum in 5th are the following drivers: Gavin Steyauer, Dirk van Siftal, Dominic Reuters, Jeffrey Fixer, Farin Mega in his last race as a competitive karting driver, and then Rob Lucassen. But the three that are the real danger are Van Siftal, Reuters and Fixer. And that could be an interesting mix to what we've got now, because those three behind Steyauer are running equally on pace. Okay, I'm just seeing who's got the fastest lap. Farin Mega. I think Farin Mega's trying to do a Danny Rick on his last race in karting. He's just put in the fastest lap of the race. Of course, Mum Nina is here as well. Farin has been coaching Kimi Mai over the course of the last season and a bit, but this is looking to be rather exciting at the front end of the field here. With Thomas Cypers versus Daniel Stel.
Yeah, I mean, he's really applying the pressure. Actually, going over start-finish every lap, he's really coming close to Cyphers, and who knows, we're going to see another race unfold. And Megger still with the fastest lap, I believe. His speed is really good. Oh, wait, no, we have Christian de Klein still running, who just put in a 52.5.
52.536 as...
Oh, and they come together.
Daniel Stel lets him back through. Good, a very, very good call. And the reason being is that race control will look favourably on that. If you make that kind of move and you keep the position, you will more than likely get a slam dunk advantage by contact penalty. So, yeah, now Daniel Stel's got to do it all over again.
Yeah, of course he wants to avoid getting penalised. But now still I think he has a good chance. He hasn't lost the slipstream still, so he's still pretty close by. In the meantime, we have Enzo Bol still on 2.6 seconds behind, so it's going to be difficult for him to close the gap to positions 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But I think he's pretty comfortably in 3rd place right now.
4 minutes to go, plus 2 additional laps to come to the end of what has been an exciting and enthralling 2024 championship season for the Dutch Championship for Rotax and KZ2, powered by Chrono Karting. And as the light starts to set, I think we'll probably by the time we get the podium started, we'll be under nightfall.
Oh, but Stel has passed Cyphers. I think that happened in the chicane at the end of the Europa lane.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Job. Normally that's always seems to be the good opportunity. You know, you go up through the gears, and you go through the gears quite quickly on a KZ2 as well. So like literally within probably a second and a half, you're already going up from second into sixth whilst you're accelerating, because the revs on these engines are quite significant, and that's why you get this distinct roar from the exhaust. But still, at the moment, Jens Tur is on course to become the champion this year. It really, really does come down to this moment in time whereby you fought all the way through the season. You've put your best foot forward. You've had trials, you've had tribulations, you've had setbacks, you've dusted yourself off, you've picked yourself back up, and you've just gone, you know what? Just got to roll with it. Just got to go. See what happens. And
Kevin Steauer making a very late lunge.
Interestingly enough, I just noticed that Jens Tur was looking at looking at the front right of his kart. Now, that fills me with a little bit of worry for that driver, unless his peripheral vision is that good that he can see who's behind him. But if it starts to be the case that he starts looking down at that right front too often, I get very, very worried very quickly if I'm looking at it from an outside perspective.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he still seems to have quite a bit of pace. It's gonna. I think the race here is still gonna unfold. Kevin Steauer actually looking pretty feisty right now, having good pace. Ooh, but his bumper is pretty low to the ground. I think we may have a case of a nose cone penalty here.
Oh dear, the iPhone of doom will be coming out later when he goes through into part for main scrutineering.
Mega going up the inside of Reuters.
Two countrymen battling it out, elbows out and sharpened. That definitely got you some screen time there, Farin.
Yeah, definitely. A really nice late move. He's been behind Reuters for quite some laps, trying to overtake. Now he has finally managed to do it. Next up on his list is Dirk van Silverhout, who is just right in front of Megger. And I think he's going to try to catch him right now.
Yeah, we are coming down to the final few moments of the championship season with one more title on the verge of being decided within the next 3 minutes. So we are going to get another couple of, well, we've got 2 laps to go after the timer expires.
He tries it again. Steauer again up the inside of Treur.
That's still not going to be enough for Glirum to take the title. Still not going to be enough. So 3 laps to go, including this one. And it has been a case, just like Glenn Vandenhoek that we saw in the KZ2 Masters Final, he did exactly what he needed to do. And Jens Tur knew that he had to stay ahead of Robin Glirum for the whole of this race, and that's exactly what he's been able to do. Even if Glirum gets through, it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough for the 216 running on the Birol Arts to get ahead of the 242 running, who earlier on in this season was running CRG, now makes the switch to has made switch to Vulcan, which seems to suit his driving style. As the timer expires, 2 laps to go. Stel now leads by 9/10 from Cypers. Bol third, Stehauer, Treur, Glirum, Mega, Van Siftout, Reuters and Fixer complete the top 10.
We have Christian Klein putting in another fast lap. 52.4, now the fastest lap of the race. Unfortunately, there was some drama for him in the first lap. Now we have Glirum going up the inside of Treur. I think Treur does not want to take too many risks here and just save you the championship.
Exactly, I completely agree there. Yup, so more to the point, it is going to be the case that very shortly Germany's Daniel Stel now comes out of turn number 12 and pips us on to the last lap of the season and the last lap of this race. Cypers, Bol, Steauer, Glirum, Treur 1 lap away. And that will be enough. That'll be enough for him to take the title. as they come through in towards the Europalan for the final time. It has been a great battle at the front end of the field. It has been a great season-long battle between Jens Ter and Robin Glerum. And Enzo Boll has got Kevin Steyhauer right on his case.
Yeah, I mean, Steyhauer really looks fast right now. He has managed to maintain his pace throughout the entire race. Now in those closing laps, he certainly seemed pretty fast. However, it's the final lap going into the final corner. That means it's... Oh, we almost have a job there still from Steyhauer, but that means it's a job done for Daniel Stel, winning the final race of this weekend and the final race of this season.
So Daniel Stel takes the win by a commanding 1¼ seconds ahead of Thomas Cypers. Enzo Boll takes third. Kevin Steyhauer takes fourth. Robin Glerum rounds out the top five, but provisionally your 2024 KZ2 champion. It goes from Quinn Winkel last year. Jens Ter finishes in the right place, right time, and I think provisionally we'll wait for Gabi van der Berg, Gabi from Chrono, who is waiting by the red line of no return on the entrance to the pit lane. And we can also now confirm your 2024 DD2 Chrono Karting champion, Zem Knopfjes. And there it is, there's the sign, and there we go, the handshake and the Dutch national flag. Jens Ter, victorious in 2024 in KZ2. Rounding out the on-track action for the 2024 season. We'll be right back after Jens has had his customary traditional chrono karting lap of honour here at the Home of Champions. And with Jens Ter, now comes out Zem Knopfjes, second in the grand finals, but becomes DD2 champion for 2024. And here is the lap of honour. as the sun begins to set here at the home of champions. That concludes the on-track action for the 2024 Dutch Rotax and KZ2 Championship powered by Chrono Karting. Firstly, we'd like to say a big thank you to every single driver that has competed over the course of the championship season, be it guest entrance or for the full campaign. We'd like to say a big thank you to the teams, the mechanics, the team owners and bosses, the families, the supporters, for making this a fantastic championship year. We'd like to say a big thank you to everyone behind the scenes through Chrono Karting, for Don and Gabi, who run a very, very capable ship, and everyone behind the scenes when it comes to marshalling, when it comes to timing, race control. I'd like to say a big thank you to Knaf for their assistance with regards to our stewards, also medical team, Park for May, technical, also Camp Company GmbH for their assistance and their provision of the live stream and the live timing throughout the 2024 campaign. We'd like to say a big thank you to all the respective circuits that we have ventured to. First of all, starting here at Karting Genk, Circuit Park Berchem, Karting de Fagny Marienborg, Circuit de Lansard, and the F-Landring in Cabin. We'd like to also say a big thank you to everyone that has connected with us on social media, everyone that has watched every single live stream and every single race this year. On behalf of the entire team here at Chrono Karting, Dotsnell of the Barn, this is Alex Goldschmidt signing off. We look forward to seeing you all in 2025. Stay tuned for further news about our upcoming calendar, and we'll see you around the next Apex. Goodbye.